проводити. Так. Можна мікрофон, будь ласка,
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm happy to welcome everyone on the second annual conference of the National Bank that is organized together with the National Bank of Poland under support of Canadian government and Kyiv Economy School. I'm the deputy head of National Bank of Ukraine. I will not take much time. I just want to say a couple of words in English.
Conference organized jointly with the National Bank of Poland and with the support of Government of Canada and the Kyiv School of Economics. We are very much pleased to have you all here for the second annual conference. My name is Dmitry Sologup. I am a Deputy Governor of National Bank of Ukraine. I'm just here to start the conference and to give a floor to the Acting Governor of the National Bank of Ukraine, Mr. Yakov Smolyi.
Доброго дня. Я радий
Good day, and I'm happy to welcome you here on the second, we can say, traditional annual conference that is conducted together with the Narodowy Polski Bank, together with the Government of Canada and Kyiv School of Economics. Together with leading economists, scientists from many different countries, we got together here all together to discuss very interesting topics and the role of the central bank in economic development. We discussed this topic a lot, especially now when recovery of economics is very relevant for Ukraine and for many other countries around the world. Last year, our country and the National Bank of Ukraine focused on combating inflation growth. However, the growth was very weak and slow. So inflation is decreasing steadily now. So now the most important issue for us is developing economic growth and who should be responsible for this process. The role of the central bank changed during decades. So the crises, they always go together with economic development, and that is why most central banks are focused on stability issues. And this is not surprising, because central banks were developed as a special body that should maintain stability, that should take this obligation in front of all the citizens of the country. So national banks, central banks, they should be independent from the government, because they have to work for the long term. People do not like crisis and their effects. However, stability sets its own limits, especially limits for development. And this is the point for discussion in terms of national bank policies. So we have to find the trade-off and the balance in terms of the role of the central bank. The National Bank of Ukraine recently had a short and but very active way to stabilizing economy of Ukraine. There were many different factors that attempt to destroy economy, and that is why our central bank very quickly developed a common vision in terms of central bank policy. So our understanding is that now we have a policy that could be implemented for the long term. It should be proactive, and it, moreover, all the price and financial stability, economic growth, and all other goals should be achieved at the same time and in the most effective way. So how are we going to do this? The most important thing is the money stabilization. In the economical literature, during evaluation of the central bank activities, we usually speak about anchoring our expectations. It means that population believes that the central bank can can give stability to the population. So if there is trust among population, if the bank is fulfilling this role, it means that people are satisfied. So people trusted in the currency exchange rate. However, this trust was not fulfilled. The currency devaluated very quickly, and the stability period it became shorter and shorter. So, of course, the national currency could not enjoy trust, and we had to find new trust anchor that we could give to the population. The anchor that could maintain trust into national currency. So another anchor could be stable and low inflation. And we understood that there is no an alternative for targeting inflation. So inflation is not a problem. When inflation is not a problem, it gives a possibility for planning for long term and attracting foreign direct investments. So those countries that had low inflation, they still were victims of worldwide crisis. So the central bank enjoyed trust of the population, and it helps central banks develop their plans and their policies. So the central bank is accused in raising prices. However, this is not the case. The central bank in the initial stage has to persuade population that it wants to have stable prices, and that is why we need to have stable monetary policy. However, this is a high price for the long-term stability, and there is no any other options. If we do not pay this price, then the economy will always face new and new crises. So, moreover, the central bank is able to have this process with less pain. For example, the Central Bank of Ukraine could minimize the expenditure. Could minimize the prices. So we have inflation decreasing plan, and we have the first results. The central bank had achieved its first goal already in 2016, while keeping the slow but stable growth of economy. So secondly, this policy helps us to have more stable economic growth. Trust anchor helps to decrease exchange volatility and interest rates. The experience of many countries can serve as a proof for this. It is true that stable economic growth does not mean fast economic growth. However, there are no very clear proofs that inflation targeting countries have faster growth. Any monetary policy is not the sole solution. There should be many other solutions that should work together. So the central bank is not the sole driver for the big booms and changes. However, the price stability can be achieved only when there is a healthy financial system existing. So the problem of the financial stability is very relevant for most of the central banks. Speaking about the crisis of 2008, 2/3 of the central banks had the mandate in terms of financial stability, and now this mandate, and now there is 4 out of 5 banks that enjoy this mandate. So this is a very important aspect of the central bank. On the one hand, the regulation of the central banks should improve economical development. On the other hand, regulation of financial system gives a base for economical growth. So successful results of this work can bring stable and strong economical growth. So based on the estimations of the Banking Committee, decrease of the So in this situation, the GDP will grow by 0.6%. However, if the situation is different, the GDP decreases by 0.9%. So Ukraine has a very sad experience of banking crisis. Right after the recent crisis, we understood that the banking system that exists at the moment decreases and paralyzes economical growth. So the classical banking activity should work together with the schematic bank approach. So the So from the very beginning of the reform that we had, the half of the Ukrainian banks, they left the market. As a result, Ukrainian banking system is more stable and enjoys trust and is more capable of fulfilling its functions. Of course, we removed incapable banks and implemented new approaches in terms of banking regulation based on assessment of banking activities. We implement new tools, and this is not the end. We plan our new policy for the long run. However, we are faced with many other problems in terms of economical growth, and we understand that the wide and open discussion of professionals is very important in order to find solutions to burning problems, and that is why you are invited here. You are invited to have this discussion today.
Conference, Narodowy Bank Polska, Ms. Anna Trzcinska, the Deputy Governor of National Bank of Poland. Please.
Good morning, dobre utro, dzień dobry, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me join my Ukrainian colleague in welcoming you all to this conference. Before I give the floor to excellent, distinguished guests, panelists, I would like to share with you a few thoughts that I hope will set the stage for upcoming presentations and discussions. I must confess that I have been involved in central banking and related areas of policy making for quite some time. Through this time, I have accumulated a lot of experience, not only, and have read tons of reports, analyses, and papers, etc., which I have habit, I don't know, bad or good, of storing. In the rare moments of peace and quiet, I enjoy taking a break and reading what we, the central banking community, have thought and written 10, 15, or 20 years ago. And it's really interesting. One starts to see things from different perspectives and in a broader context. And it is on such a short tour through central banking history that I would like to take you for a moment. If we take a really long view, we'll notice that the central banks have been an integral part of the economic since the 17th century. Do you know that the first institution recognized as a central bank was Sweden's? I confirm with my colleague, Riksbank, founded in 1668. And the second, in 1694, who knows? Yes, you're true, Bank of England. And the initial role was limited to providing war finance to governments and managing their debts. It was not until the mid-19th century that they became gradually oriented towards maintaining economic growth and supporting financial stability. It was then in 1873 that Walter Budge published his famous book, known Lombard Street, now widely considered to be the first textbook on crisis management. He clearly identified that central banks as the only institutions that has both the capacity and the responsibility to prevent panic, financial panic, I mean. He also offered a prescription familiar to all those involved in the market operations that in crisis, the central bank should lend freely to stem the panic. This principle is still the cornerstone of modern central banks' response to financial stress. But Paget's genius was in recognizing very early on the goals of providing sustainable economic growth and financial stability are closely linked. He clearly stated that the problem of managing a panic must not be thought as mainly a banking problem. It's primarily a mercantile one. This was supposed to mean that the financial crisis is so dangerous because it's likely that although there was wide agreement at the time about the major goals of economic policy, for example, like high employment, stable prices, and fast growth, there was much less agreement that these goals are mutually compatible and even less agreement about the role of the central bank in achieving them. A breakthrough finally came in the late 70s and 80s, just when Paul Volcker was busy applying his shock therapy and taming inflation. A new macroeconomic mainstream was evolving that laid the foundation of the modern inflation targeting strategy. This is the new paradigm. On the one hand, stressed the cost of inflation, and on the other, provided scope for the central bank to impact aggregate demand via short-term nominal and real interest rates. Importantly, monetary transmission mechanism operated largely through macroeconomic aggregates with no major role for frictions in financial intermediation. And there was little or no role for money and credit in such models. Both variables were fully endogenous, carried no additional predictive for inflation, and thus could be largely discarded in setting interest rates. In other words, the new paradigm left no room for tension between monetary policy and financial stability. The two were assumed to be complementary. The central bank needed to worry only about ensuring price stability. If it succeeded, financial stability would be maintained as well. It's easy to criticize these views exposed, but at the time no one appeared any wiser. Not least because the new paradigm really did seem to be working. In a widely cited article, Oliver Branchard or John Simon documented that the variability of quarterly growth in real output has declined by half since the mid-80s, while the variability of quarterly inflation has declined by about 2/3. This remarkable occurrence was termed great moderation, as you know, and central bankers were quick to accept credit for it. We know now that this was premature, to say the least. The crisis that erupted almost a decade ago has taught us that thinking about macroeconomic stability only in terms of inflation and output gaps can be very misleading. And it certainly isn't any guarantee for financial stability. Just how hard this lesson has been for the world economy is the best illustrated by the fact that output in advanced economies is today more than 10% lower relative to pre-crisis trend, and the outcomes in emerging economies are not much better. It is this loss in real wealth and generates some discontentment today with monetary policy, central banking, and inflation targeting. This disillusionment takes sometimes extreme forms. For example, some have suggested that a return to a 100% reserve system, claiming that it would not only make the financial system safer, but would also increase real output by 10%. Others would rather go a different way and effectively merge monetary and fiscal policy, perhaps even doing with the central bank in its present form altogether. While I appreciate such thought experiments, I think it's actually more constructive to think in terms of improvements to the current framework that can realistically be put in place to help economy to keep the economy on the path of sustainable economic growth. Such constructive thinking always has to start by reviewing solid and undisputed facts. The first fact, the key fact, which finds overwhelming support in the literature, is that both high and variable inflation and significant deflation can have very high economic costs. The second key fact, confirmed in particular by recent history, is that even sustainable price stability is no guarantee for economic and financial stability. And the third key fact, again supported by ample theoretical empirical evidence, is that major economic and financial crises tend to be preceded by the rapid rates of growth of money and credit supply. Against such background, let me now sketch out how I see the role of the central bank in the post-crisis world. First, I believe, I'm sure, that central banks should remain independent and tasked with maintaining price stability. It is the one undisputed contribution that they can make to long economic growth. But the price stability mandate should be defined over the medium term to allow for a sufficient degree of flexibility in responding to shocks. This flexible approach means that the central bank does not strive to keep inflation on target at all times. Rather, it means that each time a shock materializes, policymakers can determine the optimal time frame for bringing inflation to target. Second, I believe that central banks should still play an important role in safeguarding financial stability. The Ukraine example clearly indicates that the central bank can adopt a wider mandate and can cover micro and macro supervision, even resolution. This hardly needs elaboration here in Ukraine, where my colleagues have been very successful in cleaning up the banking system to safeguard financial stability. Although precise institutional arrangements can vary from country to country, it goes without saying that the central bank is the only institution that can play the role of lender of last resort. The simple reason for that is the central bank, as the monopoly provider of legal tender, is the only institution not threatened by illiquidity in domestic currency. Thus, it's also the only institution that can ensure the smooth functioning of the payment system, which, among others, is the platform for transmission of monetary policy. Let me give you a concrete example how this responsibility for financial stability can be coupled with broader monetary policy goals by quoting again by quoting National Bank of Poland's monetary policy guidelines. And our Monetary Policy Council explicitly states that monetary policy will be conducted in a way that fosters financial stability. Finally, humbled by experience of the recent past, I do recognize that even though monetary policy should be conducted in a way that supports the stability of financial system, this is not always easy to do in practice. After all, the recent crisis and the output loss that resulted from were triggered mainly by excessive leverage, underpricing risk, gradual build-up of debt, and extreme reliance on short-term funding. None of this can be easily dealt with using the central bank's short-term interest rate alone, especially given free movement of capital and highly integrated financial markets. Thus, monetary policy should be complemented by macroprudential policy. Again, the exact institutional arrangement in which this policy coordination is done is probably less important than the fact that it is done at all. This is because macroprudential policy has the capacity to selectively influence credit aggregates above all mortgage loans and thus stabilize lending growth for with lower costs for economic growth than monetary policy. Finally, summing up, I believe that the independent central bank oriented towards maintaining price stability and safeguarding financial stability has a crucial role to play in supporting balanced economic growth. Clearly, central banks cannot solve all the world's economic problems. In particular, monetary policy can be a substitute for structural reforms and sound fiscal policy. However, central banks are uniquely equipped to create an environment in which development-enhancing changes can take place. I deeply believe it. I would like to conclude by wishing you all insightful and stimulating discussion. Thank you very much for very good cooperation with our colleagues from the Central Bank of Ukraine. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, welcome to Kyiv, Ukraine. It's a pleasure to see you all here. My name is Alex Nikolskazhevsky from Lehigh University, and I will be the chair of the first session. Before we proceed with the session itself, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this wonderful conference, and of course to thank the sponsors to make this conference happen. The name of the first session is Central Bank's Response to Slow Economic Growth. And before we start, a couple of words about the format of the presentations. So we have 3 speakers and 2 hours for the presentation. Therefore, each presentation will last about 40 minutes, which will be split into this 30-minute presentation and a 10-minute Q&A session. Of course, if you happen to have a short question which could be answered in a couple of words, please feel free to raise your hand and ask it. And if your question is more substantial, I would appreciate if you can hold it until the presentation is over so that you can ask it during the Q&A session. And our first presenter is Gianluca Benigno from London School of Economics, and he will talk about stagnation traps. Please.
Okay, thanks. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. This is joint work with Luca Fornaro. And as the title suggests, it's inspired by the recent debate on secular stagnation. And the question we try to address in this paper is to try to understand to what extent it is possible to explain a period of long stagnation through an aggregate demand channel. And this debate on secular stagnation is a debate that has gained traction since the famous speech by Larry Summers a few years ago at a research conference at the IMF. And it has gained traction because of what advanced economy have experienced in the past few years following the global financial crisis. The term secular stagnation is not new. It was first coined during after the Great Depression. But as I said, the Japanese experience since the mid-90s and the slow recoveries of the advanced economy after the global financial crisis have put forward again the attention towards the so-called secular stagnation hypothesis. Now, what I want to emphasize here is that most of these economies, the Japanese economies or the advanced economy following in the aftermath of the global financial crisis, have experienced some key characteristics in their economic development. So first of all, those economies have experienced long-lasting slumps. And these slumps have lasted long despite the fact that policy rates have been set at a lower bound. And also, interestingly enough, there have been revision to potential growth, downward revision to potential growth. And also effective growth have been lower than in the pre-financial crisis period. Now, as an example, I'm going to take the Japanese economy. And this is the behavior of the policy rate for the BOJ. We see that there is some variability up and down until the crisis in the mid-90s. And since then, I mean, there's been a sharp decline. And since then, the policy rate has been basically at a lower bound. Okay. What is interesting here in this graph is also, if you look at it, there is something interesting, is the fact that it looks like this economy, the Japanese economy, goes from one regime to another regime. Okay? From a regime in which interest rates are relatively high and variable to a regime in which interest rates are stuck at a lower bound. Something similar occurs for the unemployment figure. So this is the behavior of unemployment rate for the Japanese economy. It's a very low level, but again, you see a similar pattern. A pattern from which you go from one relatively low unemployment rate to a relatively high one, almost double. It's still very low compared, for example, to European standard, but the fact is that it looks like the economy moved to a different regime. This is another graph that captures our proxy for productivity. There is more volatility here in this series, but again, you see that there is relatively high productivity, and then after the crisis, relatively low productivity. And finally, this is the behavior for the log of GDP in real terms for the Japanese economy. Again, what is interesting is that there is a substantial deviation from the trend after the crisis. Now, something similar, I don't have the graphs here with me, but of course there are some differences, but something similar you can plot for the US economy, the European economy, and also for the UK economy, despite the fact that both UK and US have actually recovered in terms of unemployment. But to summarize all this, we have this table here in which we collect the averages for different variables here, the policy rate, the real rate, the unemployment rate, and labor productivity growth, pre-crisis and post-crisis for Japan, United States, and the euro area. And again, there is this systematic pattern in which you go from relatively high to a much lower rate. For basically, this pattern is common among all these economies. Now, how can we explain this? How can we address this? And this is the challenge that we try to study here in this paper. And what we do here, and we propose a framework to interpret these facts. And the framework that we propose is what we label as a Keynesian growth framework. And what does it mean, Keynesian growth framework? Keynesian growth framework is a framework in which basically what we try to understand, and we try to understand growth through a theory of a short-run fluctuation. And the theory of short-run fluctuation that we adopt is a Keynesian theory. It's a theory based on Keynesian friction. So what we have here, we have a model in which growth is endogenous, At the same time, what happens in the long run can be affected by the cyclical behavior of the economy. And the cyclical behavior of the economy is determined by Keynesian friction. Now, what is important here is that most of the time, when we look at general equilibrium model that widely used in central banking, we always look at models in which we think about the economy as the economy that stabilizes around a trend or around something that we cannot affect. Okay? And basically, we always look at stabilization problem, something, the only thing that we care are basically second moments. But in this approach here that we suggest, what matters also are first moment. So this trend. And the trend can be affected by the cycle, basically, okay, endogenously. Now, in this framework, as I said, there are Keynesian frictions. And the Keynesian frictions that we consider are the presence of nominal wage rigidity and the existence of a zero lower bound on the policy rate. And basically, in this environment, we're going to have a situation in which aggregate demand is going to be short or weak because of unemployment when monetary policy is constrained at the zero lower bound. See, this is from the Keynesian side. And so this is our theory of fluctuation. And on the growth side, we're going to have endogenous growth in the sense that growth is going to be the outcome of investment choices conducted by profit-maximizing firms. So what happens in this environment is quite interesting. There is an interesting interaction between aggregate demand and growth, so demand and supply, basically. On one end, weak aggregate demand has a negative impact on firms' profit, and firms will invest less. And when they invest less in innovation, that will result in low growth. Okay? On the other hand, low growth will reduce income of agents and will depress aggregate demand, especially when the economy is constrained at the zero lower bound. So what is the outcome of this interaction between Keynes and Schumpeter? The interaction is that what we can observe persistent or permanent slumps characterized by high unemployment and low growth. In particular, in our framework, there is a possibility that there are two equilibria. One equilibrium in which the economy is at full employment with relatively high nominal rates and high growth, so the good regime. And then there is a possibility also that the economy end up in what we refer to as a stagnation trap, the combination of a growth trap and a liquidity trap, in which there is relatively high unemployment, low growth, and a zero lower bound that binds. So how do we choose which one of the two equilibria arise? Our theory here is very basic, is very simple. So everything is determined by expectation. So expectation can coordinate on one or the other equilibrium. Okay? So after describing the mechanism and the outcomes of the model, we also examine and study how policy can avoid this problem. And we study different policies, where we look at optimal monetary policy, but we also look at policy that subsidize innovation. And we show that it is possible to eliminate the bad equilibrium, so the stagnation trap, if this policy or subsidies to innovation are properly designed. What is important is that this policy or subsidy to innovation have to be sufficiently aggressive. So you might do the right policy in our model, and so go in the right direction, but then might not be sufficient to eliminate the bad equilibrium. So you need to be sufficiently aggressive. So that's the important aspect of the policy design. Now, I'm going to describe briefly the model, and then the outcomes of the model, showing the stagnation trap equilibrium and the intuition behind it, and then conclude with the policy analysis. So the model is a relatively simple model in the sense that what we did is that we adopt a model of endogenous growth that builds upon a Gyon-Howitt or Grossman-Helpan model of vertical innovation. So what happens in those models is that you improve upon the quality of the good. And what we did is that we augment this model by considering nominal rigidities, or nominal wage rigidity, and also the zero lower bound. It's a closed economy in which there are firms that produce goods and invest in research and innovation. There are households that supply labor and consume, and there is a central bank that sets monetary policy. Our model here, the one that I'm presenting, and it's also what we have in the paper, is a model in which there are no fundamental shocks. So there are no productivity shocks, no demand shocks. But we just look at outcomes that are determined by expectation, but you can add those shocks. Now, on the household side, we have a representative household that consume a final good and supply labor inelastically. But it is possible to have unemployment here because of the presence of wage rigidities. The budget constraint is quite standard in the sense that these households own the firms and have access to nominal bonds that pay the nominal interest rate high. WLT is the wage income. To summarize, the household behavior just need to remember the last equation, which is the Euler equation that determines the intertemporal path of consumption. Okay? So it's a standard optimization problem from a household perspective point of view. So then we have firms, and we have firms that produce the final good. Again, this is a standard problem. There's nothing puzzling about what we do here. We borrow a Gyon-Howitt structure. We have a final good that is produced by combining labor and intermediate input. This intermediate input, what is important is that are associated with their own productivity, AJ, and this is what can be improved upon time. What happens in at this level is that the firm maximizes profits, and we have the demand of labor, which is the first equation here, and the demand of intermediate input. Then there is another layer here, which is the production of intermediate goods. And these intermediate goods is where the innovation occurs. So in this market, in each sector, we have a leader that is producing the highest quality good, and then there are competitors that are producing goods that are a lower quality. Okay? Each good is produced by using one unit on the final good, and the outcome of this problem here for the sector J is that there is a limit pricing problem, so that the firm that is a leader set the price in order to grab all the profits from being a leader in this market. And what is important in all this is to remember that the profits that the leader gets depends on LT, which is our proxy for aggregate demand. Okay? So this is what is important to remember. The profits are a function of aggregate demand, basically. Now, the last step that I need to describe on the real side is the research and innovation process. And research and innovation here occur by allowing entrepreneurs to innovate upon existing products. and the innovation step, gamma, is exogenous. So what happens is that the entrepreneur decides how much to invest in order to innovate. But investment doesn't guarantee success in innovation, and mu captures the probability that you are successful in improving the frontier. Okay? What is important is that this probability of being successful is a function of how much you invest. So the more you invest, the higher is the probability that you can become successful in improving the quality of the good. Now, what you do is that you want to invest because you want to become a leader in the market. And why you want to become a leader? You want to become a leader because you're going to get the profits out of that. So the value of the innovation comes from being the leader tomorrow, when you can be the leader, or in the future, as long as others don't enter in that market and grab the reins from being a leader. Okay? So here we have that the value of innovation is basically discounting the profits tomorrow and the value of the patent in the future that takes into account of the future profits. But again, what you need to remember is that the value of the innovation depends on profits that are a function of aggregate demand. Okay? Now, in the research and innovation, there is free entry. So we need to impose a free entry condition that will determine in which the cost of innovation is going to be equal to the expected return from innovation. And this will determine basically how much you're going to invest. Okay? Now, to conclude this part, I'm going to just recall here what is going to be productivity growth in our model. And productivity growth in our model is going to depend by this mu here, that is how much you're going to invest. So this mu is a function of how much you're going to invest, and how much, again, remember this, how much you're going to invest depends on aggregate demand, basically. Now, we're going to have the equilibrium conditions in this economy. And what I want to remember, what I want you to remember here is that in this economy, there is a possibility of unemployment, as I will explain in a minute. And we're going to define unemployment as the situation in which LT is going to be less than 1. Otherwise, when it's 1, we have full employment. So I'm now going to describe the nominal side of the model. So far, basically, what I did, I just described the real side, household, and the innovation and firm behavior. Now I'm going to focus on the nominal side. And the nominal side here is going to be very simple. I'm going to consider an environment in which wages are fixed, basically, or they grow by an exogenous amount pi w. Okay? This is a very, it's a simplifying assumption. Later in the paper, we are allowing also for a more standard way through which wages adjust, but they're still at least sticky. Here they're fixed, or they vary exogenously. Okay? Now, from this assumption, we get also price inflation that is going to be a function of wage inflation and productivity growth that is endogenous. Finally, I'm going to describe the behavior of a policy authority here, the central bank. And since in this economy, I'm assuming that wages are basically fixed, the central bank will only stabilize output or employment around full employment. Okay? So this is our reaction function. It's not a standard Taylor rule, but it's something very similar to a Taylor rule in which we only care about output stabilization. And this is because of the simplifying assumption that we have made. But the important aspect of the policy behavior is that there is a lower bound on the policy rate. So you cannot go below 0 here in this case. So what happens is that you combine everything together. And you're going to have an aggregate demand block, which is the combination of the Euler equation and the Taylor rule, the stabilization rule, so this equation here. Then we're going to have a supply block, which is the growth equation that determines how much you're going to invest. And then we have the market clearing condition. It looks complicated at first, because, of course, I don't have that much time to explain everything carefully. But it's not that complicated, trust me. It's just an equilibrium system of 3 equations in 3 unknowns, in which we determine employment, the growth rate of the economy, and consumption. Okay? Now, we do that, and we look at, first, the non-stochastic steady state. And in the non-stochastic steady state, we're going to have 3 relationships. The aggregate demand relationship, the growth equation relationship, and the market clearing condition. Now, the aggregate demand relationship is a positive relationship between employment and the growth rate of the economy. This positive relationship comes from the fact that as employment increases, the central bank increases the nominal interest rate. Okay? And that is consistent with higher growth in this economy through the Euler equation. But there is a kink in this relationship that comes from the fact that at center point, the central bank cannot stabilize the economy because of the lower bound. The growth equation, on the other hand, is much simpler in the sense that, based on the intuition that I tried to convey earlier on, it describes the link between the growth rate of the economy and the employment level. The higher is the employment, the higher is aggregate demand, the higher are the incentive for firms to invest in innovation, and the higher is the growth rate of the economy. So I now plot this relationship in these graphs here. And the red line is the aggregate demand curve, which is positive, and then there is a kink at the zero lower bound. And the blue line is the growth equation. So what you see there is that these 2 lines intersect at 2 points. One point is the good equilibrium, this one here, at which we are at full employment, the growth rate is relatively high, and there is a positive nominal interest rate. Here, we are at a stagnation trap equilibrium, in which the economy is at a low employment with low growth at a zero lower bound. So this stagnation trap equilibrium is the outcome of a growth trap and the liquidity trap. Now, what I want to discuss is what is important in determining the existence of a stagnation trap equilibrium. And first, I want to emphasize the fact that this economy has a zero lower bound. So if this economy doesn't have a zero lower bound, then the aggregate demand line wouldn't have any kink. It would be always possible to stabilize the economy around a good equilibrium. So it is important that there is this zero lower bound in order to have the stagnation trap equilibrium. The second assumption that is important is the fact that we are allowing for endogenous growth. So if you have growth that is exogenously given, then the GG line would just be a flat line. It wouldn't be a line in which growth depends on how much we invest, and that how much we invest depends on aggregate demand. So it would be just flat. Again, we would have just one equilibrium. Now, as I said before, this equilibrium is determined, the selection is determined by expectation. And here we just want to provide the intuition of what happens in this economy. So suppose that agents expect, for some reason that is unrelated to the economic condition, that growth is going to be low, then this expectation of low future growth will imply a low income and low aggregate demand today, because of the intertemporal link that comes from the Euler equation. So I will anticipate to grow low in the future, and I reduce my current demand today. At the zero lower bound, the central bank is not able to lower the interest rate to sustain full employment. And when aggregate demand is low, firms' profits are going to be low, and that will result in weak investment in innovation. And when there is weak investment in innovation, we're going to have expectation of weak growth that are going to be verified. So this is the circle that will occur and will determine how the economy ends up in the stagnation trap equilibrium. Now, I don't have that much time, but here is a graph in which, for example, we show how the economy that is subject to a shock to expectation converge towards the stagnation trap equilibrium. So there is a transition here that can occur towards the stagnation steady state. And then we, in the paper, and also here in the slides, of course, but I don't have the time, we discuss different extension to the framework, allowing for a more standard Phillips curve, and the policy that monetary policy that reacts to wage inflation, and also we allow for precautionary savings to study also the possibility that steady state real interest rate can be negative. So I have to conclude, but I'm just going to use 2 slides. One is to explain what happens when you have subsidy to growth and subsidy to innovation. And I'm going to show you graphically. Basically, what you do is that you raise the GG line in such a way that you eliminate the stagnation trap equilibrium. This subsidy works through an aggregate demand channel, basically. That's the key point. But if they're not sufficiently high, you might still have the bad equilibrium there, so the stagnation trap. And finally, I'm just going to conclude here and summarize briefly what this work is about. So first of all, we propose a framework, which is a Keynesian growth framework, in which we combine features of endogenous growth with a theory of economic fluctuation based on Keynesian frictions. And we show how this framework could rationalize the possibility that the economy ends up in persistent or permanent growth and liquidity trap. In this debate on secular stagnation, usually there are 2 perspectives. One perspective is the supply side perspective, and the other perspective is a demand side perspective. Here, in this framework, we showed actually that disentangle the 2 is not obvious. And another way of saying that is that in this framework, the inverse of Saïd laws hold. So lack of demand creates its own lack of supply, so that there is a link between demand and supply. So that's what I conclude here.
Thank you, Gianluca, for an excellent presentation. Now we have about 5 minutes for questions. I can actually give you the microphone, I think. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Benigno, for acknowledging with your scientific investigation. My name is Olga, and I'm a PhD student. And my doctoral theses are also concerned to the monetary policy modeling and building monetary policy rule for small open economies as Ukraine. And my question will be concerned to other aspect. You outlined that Keynesian framework are stated, if in very simple form, tell that consist the linkages in a long-term horizon, the linkages between the unemployment and inflation trend. But the monetarist refuses that thesis. My question are concerned to next. Which paradigm, monetarism or new Keynesian, as you have used, are tells to us more truth? Thank you very much. Or the Keynesian monetary framework are more suitable for developing economies, and monetarist paradigm are more suitable for small open economies as a Ukraine, or it's not necessary? Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. So I think in this. So let me say something about this framework here. Actually, in this framework, I think we go a little bit beyond this distinction between New Keynesian and monetarist, as you described, in the sense that actually, if you think about it, at the zero lower bound, there are strong non-super neutrality, in the sense that at the zero lower bound, there is a possibility of this bad equilibrium, and there are significant costs associated with that are growth costs. So this is a little bit different from those two frameworks. But I think in general, it's important, even for economies that are small open economies or developing economy, to study aspects in which you combine the growth dimension with the policy dimension. I think there is a paper tomorrow that is addressing this, but not from a Keynesian perspective, but eventually try to merge the two would be interesting as well. So it depends a bit on the economic environment that you study, but I think it's important, and what I'm trying to convey here is that you shouldn't forget about growth even when you think about policy or stabilization policy.
Ivan Medvedsky, postgraduate of Finance Department of Kyiv National Economic University, named after Vadim Hetman. My question, what is the place and role of central bank in macroeconomic and macrofinancial stabilization of national economy in medium term and long term period of time? Thank you.
Okay. So here in this framework, we have a standard role of central bank in the sense that in this environment, the central bank only care about standard macroeconomic stabilization process. Now, what going back to the introductory speech that we heard before, I think it's important also to think in terms of the financial stability side. And for example, here in the framework that I presented, what is missing is to think about the cost of other costs that arise from being at a zero lower bound in terms of financial stability costs that might arise because bubbles might build in debt equilibrium. When you are at a zero lower bound. So there is that cost there as well that I think would be interesting to capture. So in general, I think that a central bank should care about macroeconomic stability or price stability, but also be concerned about financial stability, since financial stability might have also impact on the primary objective of price stability. So here, we don't capture this financial stability side, but I think it would be interesting to think about that as well.
Thank you. We have time for two more questions.
Thank you for your work, presentation, and this interesting model. And have next question. A big economies such as Japan, US, Eurozone, they have frozen interest rates at lower rate. I guess it might be because money emission is more power instrument for influence on the market than changing interest rates. So is there any money emission factor in your model?
No, there's nothing like that. So we are silent on that aspect. So we just think of just characterize monetary policy in terms of this interest rate. Yeah.
My name is Oleg Holinik. I am from the Institute for Economics and Forecasting, National Academy of Ukraine. It's very important for us to understand where we can get the economic growth for Ukraine. It's very important. And in your presentation, you presented the Keynesian model of economic growth based on monetary policy. But if we consider the Keynesian model for economic growth, it's not only based on monetary policy. What Keynes says, that monetary policy has a short-term impact. And when we're talking about the economic growth, it's a long-term issue. And you presented the case of Japan, and we see that actually Central Bank of Japan tried to stimulate the aggregate demand through lowering the policy rate. And we see there is no strong relation between the monetary policy and aggregate demand. So we see that through monetary policy, we can stimulate aggregate demand. But what also says Keynesian, that for economic growth is also important fiscal stimulus. And he also said that fiscal stimulus in long term has a more impact on economic growth than monetary policy. Do you agree from your presentation that monetary policy is not the only instrument for long-term economic growth?
Well, in the model, there are two problems. One I didn't have the time to discuss, but as long as there are limits to what monetary policy could do, then there is the possibility that you end up in this bad equilibrium. Now, in this bad equilibrium, as you pointed out, one way in which you can escape is, for example, by using fiscal policy, and that. Again, you're going to have very strong multiplier effects coming from that because you can achieve, higher growth rates. So it is probably the best policy tool, fiscal policy. We haven't studied it yet, but I suspect that fiscal policy would, or properly designed fiscal policy, would be the right policy to use in order to undo that. This problem here, this bad equilibrium. Okay.
Thank you so much for an excellent presentation and great questions. Let's all send the camera. And our next presenter is Yuri Gretnichenko from Berkeley. Yuri, you have the stage.
Thanks very much for putting me on the program. Is it work? Okay. Thanks very much for putting me on the program. It's a great pleasure to be a part of this conference. I tried to be here last time, but my wife was very, very pregnant and I couldn't come. It's too bad, and I'm extremely happy to be here. This is joint work with Oleg Korbion and Mauricio Valletta. And the question we have in this paper is very much related to what Gianluca just presented. Okay. Gianluca just presented. We want to understand why we have secular stagnation, where does it come from, what should we do about it. And to give you, Gianluca showed you time series for Japan. I'm going to show you time series for the US. We didn't agree on this ex ante, it just happened to be so, but I think it's an extremely useful, if I make this work. No, yeah, I don't make this work. Okay. Well, okay, I'll keep talking. So the idea is this. We have a big recession in the U.S. It was a very big contraction. And in a typical business cycle, you have some quick recovery to the potential. It didn't happen in the U.S. for whatever reason. We don't know why. That's one of the bigger questions we have out there. And this figure here shows you the dynamics of log GDP in the U.S. over time. It's normalized to be 0 in the first quarter of 2007. And then you see that after a big contraction, you don't have a very fast recovery. In fact, you kind of continue growing at a similar rate after the recession is over. Now, to put this into perspective and give you a sense of where this is coming from, I also plot here the red line, which is the growth rate, the dynamics of potential output calculated by the Congress Budget Office in 2007. Just before the start of the recession, this is what I thought is going to happen for the next 10, 15 years. Okay? Now, typically, as I said, in a typical recession, after the recession is over, the black line should converge to the red line. We don't see it in the data. Okay, so it was, one of the big puzzles out there. But then what you see further is that, CBO, Congress Budget Office, started to revise the estimate of its potential output down. And so the distance between the black line and the potential output line is shrinking, but it's not shrinking because the actual output is catching up. It's shrinking because the CBO started to revise the estimate down. You move further in time, you see that the CBO started to revise estimates even furthermore. 4 years after the start of the recession, you see that they think actual output is not going to grow very fast for a long time, and the level of output is going to be pretty low. Then you move forward more in time, and you see that this revision is even further down, and you keep moving in time, and eventually there is no output gap, and this is just because we should probably press Ctrl L to make full screen. Alex. Yeah, can you? All right, wonderful. Yeah, this is how it should look like. You see a big recession, that's potential output, and then you start to see big revisions down. And so now the distance between potential output and actual output is very, very low. But it's not because we have a catch-up from actual output. It's because CBO, over time, learns that we have no prospect of catching up. This recession seems to have a very permanent effect on output, right? And so this led to this discussion of secular stagnation that Gianluca wanted to explain in his paper. He said, look, we have this very permanent decline. How come we can have a scene like this? And very prominent economists very often made this observation that, look, we're probably in a state of secular stagnation. A prominent proponent for this is Larry Summers, who said here, I'm more convinced of secular stagnation than ever before. Okay, so it seems like more and more people believe that we're in a state of very low output for a very long period of time. Now, what does it mean for central banking? Like, should they really worry about this, or maybe it's a normal state of affairs, which should get used to it? And the key questions for these discussions: how much slack do we have in the economy? Basically, the distance between actual output and potential output. For example, here, this is the distance between the purple line and the black line as perceived now by the Congress Budget Office. And the second important question is how persistent these deviations from trends are, right? So in the beginning, when you compare the red line and the black line, it seems like this deviation from the potential is extremely persistent. But then if you look at the distance between the purple line and the black line, it's actually not so big, right? And so that changes very strongly policy prescriptions. Very appropriately, we have John Taylor here in this audience. He came up with a very simple framework to analyze monetary policy. You basically set interest rates as a function of deviations of inflation from its target, and also deviations of output from its potential. So output is YT, potential is YT star. If this gap is very big, it means you have to tighten monetary policy because you overheat the economy. If this number is negative, it means you have to have expansionary monetary policy and stimulate the economy so that it catches up to the potential. Now, these revisions in the potential output in Y star suggest that, the distance between the actual output and potential output is not very big anymore, and so we shouldn't really have expansionary monetary policy, right? But if you go back in time and look at what people thought in, say, 2009, 2010, there was a giant difference between the actual output in the US and actual output in the US. The magnitude was roughly $1 trillion. It was a lot of money. It was a very strong argument for a very expansionary, very aggressive monetary policy. When you look at the present situation, the case for this is much, 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 much weaker, right? Now, but before we jump to this conclusion, right, so there is this evolution in beliefs about what we should do about monetary policy. Should we stimulate output or not? Should we have expansionary monetary policy or not? We really have to understand why we have these bigger visions in the potential output, right? Why did CBO did these huge changes? They basically said, well, before we thought we were behind roughly $1 trillion, now it's okay. What did change in the last 10 years, or 7 years, or 8 years, right? Unfortunately, we know very little about how people come up with these estimates and why they revise their estimates, what kind of properties we have for these estimates of potential output. And the purpose of this paper is to come up with some very simple statistical framework to understand basic properties of potential output. Like, do they respond to certain types of shocks? If they do, how? What's the difference between potential and actual output responses? And this can be very helpful for understanding the implications for monetary policy. How this distance between YT and YT star in the Taylor rule is moving in response to shocks. Okay. Now, what do we do in this paper, right? So the first part of the exercise is obviously to collect data to understand statistical properties of the series. And we do this for a number of countries, including the US and many other countries in the developed world. Then we come up with what we call structural shocks, something which has an interpretation, something that moves potential output, and we can say, okay, there is a causal relationship between the shock and responses of output. For example, you have a monetary policy shock, you stimulate the economy, we know causation is flowing from monetary policy to the reaction of output. And you can have other shocks like this. Now, once you do this, we find several striking results. One is that potential output is responding not only to supply-side shocks, but also demand-side shocks. Right? And for example, if you work in the framework of Gianluca and Luca Fornaro, then you can explain this. But in a typical framework, what you should see is that potential output should be responding only to the supply-side shocks. There should be no reaction to transitory cyclical shocks. In fact, potential output is often defined as something which is not responsive to the business cycle. And yet we find that, things which presumably generate the business cycle also move potential output quite a bit. Then also what we find, and we found it very interesting, is that the potential output eventually catches up with actual output, right? So for a while there is some difference. There is an output gap, so to say, but 2, 3, 4, 5 years out after the shock, there is basically no difference, and incentives for the central bank to respond to the shock are much, much weaker because the distance between the actual and potential output is so small. Probably the most striking result in our paper is that, we have very sophisticated models, it turns out, to calculate these estimates of the potential output. But in the end, we can have a very simple univariate statistical framework, which is called Hodrick-Prescott filter, which is going to summarize all the properties we care about for this potential output in a very, very simple way. And the downside of this approach, of this finding, is that, if this is really the case, then the main conclusion we get from here is that whatever declines in potential output we see now, they're not really permanent. This is just a statistical artifact. We had a period of suppressed growth. We calculate the moving average. This moving average is going to decline for a while, but then we can have a period of accelerated growth and we kind of go up in the opposite direction. Right? So whatever we see now, and we call it secular stagnation, is not necessarily secular stagnation. We just had a bad shock which lasted for a long period of time. That's it, nothing more. Now, what is the potential output? There are 3 main approaches out there. One is the production function, when you have a measure of output, Y, this is your left-hand side variable. Then you have a measure of capital, or capital services, K star. This is what you would have in normal set of circumstances when you have a work week of capital, you say have 2 shifts, everybody's working normal hours, this kind of thing. Then you have a measure of labor input. Again, people work normal hours, you don't have a lot of overtime, you also don't have a lot of underemployment. And then you have a measure of productivity. And typically you have to make some assumptions about this because we don't see it directly. You plug in these 3 quantities into the production function, you have a measure of output. And it should be cyclically insensitive. The second approach is purely statistical. When you look at the time series and you say, well, you know, this series is fluctuating around some trend, a slow-moving component, and we're going to call this slow-moving component trend a potential output. This is where we should be if we don't have big variations in the business cycles. Okay, there are some examples here, but it doesn't matter. You know, Hodrick-Prescott is one of them. A more structural approach is to write down a very sophisticated model where you have all sorts of interactions between agents. You can estimate this model, you can estimate various frictions, various structural shocks, and then the way you construct a potential output, you say, suppose I can turn off some of these frictions. So for example, pretend I know people are fully rational and behave in a reasonable way. Or suppose I can get rid of price stickiness. Or suppose I can get rid of a ridiculous government. That will be my potential output. Now, this is a very sophisticated approach in the sense that, you know, the data is actually not terribly informative to have something like this well identified, but at least it's, you know, an internally consistent framework which may be very useful for counterfactual analysis. Now, so that's the first input for this analysis. The second input, as I said, we have to have measures of potential output to study statistical properties. And here we have several sources. One is the Congress Budget Office, which is, in a way, in the US, the gold standard of calculating these numbers. It uses the production function approach, and the time period for this estimate in real time starts in 91, and we have estimates through the present. Then we have projections from what is called green books. This is a macroeconomic forecast prepared by the staff of the Federal Reserve Board for members of OMC who are setting up monetary policy. They don't use a single method. They have actually a variety of methods, including the judgmental, which means, you know, those people look at the data and try to use information which is not necessarily in the models to make sure that they have the best possible estimate. The sample for this source is very good between 87 and 2011. There is a 5-year delay. That's why we don't have present in the release of this information. But if we are willing to make more assumptions about, you know, all sorts of sources and estimates coming from the government, then we can use an extended sample which starts in 1969, and you'll see what's important in a bit. Then we have the IMF, International Monetary Fund, which also uses a mix of methods, including the judgmental. The key advantage of this source is that, unlike the US, it has many, many countries, obviously, and we can utilize not only time series variation in the estimates of the potential output, but also cross-sectional variation. We can say compare Ukraine and Poland and see how potential output is moving in these countries over time or in a point in time. Then another source of international data is Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. Similar to the CBO, it uses production function. It has even more countries than the IMF, and it has even longer time series. So there we have some of the longest time series and a lot of observations. This data set is going to be very informative for us. Now, all these first four sources give you sort of public estimates, in the sense they come from public institutions run by the government. We want to know what the private sector thinks. Unfortunately, private sector forecasters are not really interested in predicting potential output. They really want to know actual output, actual unemployment, actual inflation. And so here we have to make a certain compromise. We use consensus economics, which asks professional forecasters to predict what should be the growth rate of output in the next 5 to 10 years. And you would think that the business cycle should be done within 5 to 10 years, within 5 years. And so whatever happens between 5 and 10 years, this is all capturing long-term growth. Okay? So that's going to be our proxy of potential output growth rate. All right, so that's the second ingredient for our analysis. Let me skip this one. Now, let me give you a few very basic stylized facts before I tell you kind of a more formal analysis we're going to do. One is that we have this discussion about secular stagnation when we have consistently negative revisions in potential output. And it seems like whenever we have a revision, we always have a secular stagnation. We always go in a negative territory. But there are some very prominent counterexamples when revisions were also one-sided, but going in the opposite direction. For example, in the US, there was acceleration of economic growth in the late 90s, early 2000s. You see this black line, actual output, is growing very, very fast. And you see that, you know, before this acceleration happened, CBO in 95, this is the red line, was projecting that output is going to grow, but not really fast. Then over time in 97, they said, well, you know, maybe it's actually a little slower than we saw. But then later, in 1999, in 2003, 2001, they started to revise the estimates up because they see the economy is growing really, really fast. And they say, well, it's a new economy, it's the IT sector, it's very important. From now on, we're going to have a very high output growth rate. Productive capacity of the economy is expanding very fast. So one, I guess, message from this fact is that we shouldn't have this discourse about, potential output, secular stagnation, or just, one-sided event. You can have big revisions in other directions as well. The second fact is that there is a lot of consistency in the estimates of potential output across sources. This figure shows to you the kind of distribution of beliefs about the growth rate of potential output from the IMF, that's the vertical axis, and the growth rate of potential output from OECD. The correlation is like 0.99. There are a few strange cases, like Slovakia in 2009. I don't know why these estimates are so different, but they're more like a set of outliers rather than sort of a part of the genuine robust pattern in the data. Okay, so it seems like there is a lot of consistency in how people calculate potential output across those different agencies. And so by focusing on one agency, we're actually not losing that much. We can just look at one source, and that's going to be a good approximation of what other people think about these issues. Now, this very high correlation is not coming just from microsection. Like, one country, Poland, has a very high growth rate of the potential, and then all sources will agree that Poland is going to have a high growth rate, and say Ukraine has a low growth rate. It's not true. You can also see a lot of consistency in the time series dimension. This is the growth rate of potential output in the US since '97, and you have a variety of sources here. The red line is IMF, the blue line is OECD, Consensus Economics, Congress Budget Office is the black line, and the green book is what is predicted by the Federal Reserve System. And you see that all these lines are moving together very, very closely, okay? There is a lot of consensus across sources that we had a lot of acceleration in the late 90s, then we had deceleration in 2011, and so on. And, in between there were some big revisions. For example, for some reason, CBO thought we were going to have a slow growth rate of the potential output in 91, 92. That was another pair of years when we had a recession in the US. Now, this is a relatively short time series, and so if we want to study statistical properties, it's one of the big problems for you. If you have, say, one observation, you can't really talk about trends. If you have two observations, you can draw a line, but that's it. You have to have really a lot of statistical data to have confidence in your estimates. And so what we try to do is to kind of look at longer-term trends, at least in the US, and see how this evolved over time. This green line is shown to you the dynamics of the growth rate of potential output since 1970s, and you see there was a gradual slowdown in the growth rate of the potential output from the 70s to mid-90s. But the growth rate of potential output we see now, in the end of the sample, year 2010, is actually very similar to what we saw in 1990s, and nobody talked about secular stagnation and the end of the world and all those kind of things. At least I wasn't around, but I couldn't find anything. Also, there is a big acceleration in the growth rate of the potential output around 2000. And again, nobody was talking about, well, we're going to be there permanently and this is the new normal. But somehow the discussions now are very convincing in the sense that everybody has a consensus view that we have a secular stagnation and there is no coming back. This is a new steady state for us. Now, does this estimate of the potential output make sense? We think so, right? So, for example, we take estimates of growth rate of total factor productivity, calculate the moving average, plot this line here, this is the blue line, and you see there is a lot of movement between the green line and the blue line. The distance between these two should be basically capturing factors such as accumulation of capital, accumulation, growth rate of population, this kind of things. But broadly, you see a lot of movement between these two series, which is telling us that this green series, this green book estimates of potential output, this is not junk. This is actually something very useful. Now, one thing you can also do, you can say, okay, suppose I'm an economist at the Federal Reserve Bank, and I want to make a projection for potential output, and I have limited resources, and I have real-time constraints, so I don't have a hindsight and say, well, in the future this will be the growth rate, or in the past this was the growth rate. I just see whatever is available to me to a certain point in time. And then you say, suppose I run a very simple statistical tool when I try to equate potential output with the trend in the data, and I'm going to plot this time series here as the red line. And you see in this figure that roughly after 1985 or something like this, the red line and the blue line, they're extremely highly correlated. extremely highly correlated. So what it's telling us is that this very sophisticated machinery used by the Federal Reserve Board may be very much reduced to a very simple univariate statistical method. But because this HP filter, it doesn't have any structure, it's just a statistical artifact, it doesn't tell you anything about permanency or transitory nature of kind of fluctuations in the series. It's a slow-moving thing, but there is nothing about, permanent effects or transitory effects in this time series. You can do a little worse if you just use a very simple 5-year moving average, the black line. Okay. Now, a very sophisticated econometric framework, given how few observations we have. This is going to be really simple. It's going to be a series of univariate regressions, where on the left-hand side you have a measure of the growth rate of actual output or potential output. Potential output is the second equation, actual output is the first equation. Then you have a measure of structural shocks, this epsilon, something which drives business cycles or long-term growth. This is your epsilon. And then you have a very simple statistical tool called OLS. You run this regression, you get estimates of phi and psi, and then you're going to employ what is called impulse responses. Basically, this is the dynamic response of the economy to a shock. Maybe immediately there is no reaction, but eventually there will be some movement. Okay? What would be the shocks? What would be the epsilons? What would be our sources of variation on the right-hand side? It would be supply-side shocks, which presumably really should be moving potential output. For example, if we become more productive, potential output should be moving there. Okay. It may be tax shocks, because it changes incentives of people to work, and for example, you have a big tax cut, people are going to start working more. It may be related to oil price shocks, because supply of energy is limited, elasticity of substitution is low. This can influence our productive capacity in the short run. We'll also look at transitory demand-side shocks, which we know drive potentially business cycle, but should have really no long-term effects on output. And so for us, it's going to be a test that, estimates of potential output actually should not be responding to things like this, because they are not really about long-term growth. They're just business cycle forces. This is this dynamic response to a particular shock, a total factor productivity shock. The black line is the response of actual output. The shaded region, you don't see it here, it's very light. Well, there is a shaded region, at least somewhere. You see that the black line is increasing on impact at the time of the shock. Example here, you see, right? A big reaction immediately, and then it stays roughly permanently higher. The blue line is what happens with potential output. And here what's striking is that this thing is not moving immediately, even though these people should be adjusting their estimates of potential output at the time of the shock. But over time, this blue line, the dynamic response of potential output, is catching up to the black line. And so then, in the beginning, we have a measure of output gap. This is when this model will say we have to stimulate the economy. Oh, I'm sorry, we should decelerate the economy. And here we say, well, no, we shouldn't do this, because now actual output is equal to the potential output. You can do the same things for other supply-side shocks. I don't have time to show this to you. Here is an example of a demand-side shock. Basically, unanticipated shock to government spending. We know it has an expansionary effect, but it's going to be short-lived. Okay, so you have some reaction in the beginning, and then you basically converge to zero very quickly. Potential output is not going anywhere, but then it starts to increase, which is really counterintuitive. It shouldn't be doing like this. I guess another very good example would be monetary policy shock. You have a monetary tightening, no reaction in the beginning, but then you have some contraction. And then what's striking here is that the potential output is also moving quite strongly eventually, and it shouldn't be doing this because we know monetary policy shocks are going to be there only for a very short period of time. They should not influence our productive capacity in the economy. Now, to give you a recap, this is what we have. What's striking is that we see a reaction to all shocks. We shouldn't see something like this. And one exercise we did in the paper, we tried to understand why this blue line, the potential output, is moving so sluggishly but significantly over time. And this is just one example of what you would get if you apply the HP filter to actual data, this very simple univariate method, and then study properties of this filtered series to a structural shock. Okay. So here, this is the blue line I showed you before. In the beginning, productivity is not changing, even though it should have been somewhere here. And then gradually it builds over time. Potential output is responding to the shock. So that's the good thing. But this red line is doing exactly the same thing. In fact, it's very hard to tell the difference between the two series statistically. Okay, so we say that whatever estimates people use out there, it's just a statistical construct. It's not really structural. Some other examples. Let me focus on the monetary policy shock. Okay, I showed you before that potential output is responding to the monetary policy shocks. It shouldn't be doing this. If you use Hoderick-Prescott filter, this red line, you can basically reproduce whatever estimates of the potential output responses you see in the data. So to us, it signals that whatever interpretation people have now, that we have this permanent decline in potential output, is not really coming from a deep kind of notion of something having permanent effects on output. This is just a statistical construct. Now let me, okay, so this is just what I said, that whatever we see now, this interpretation that we have a permanent decline in productivity, maybe just, a statistical fluke, right? It's not a real fact. It just, by construction, we have something like this. We do a similar exercise for cross-country data. It has very similar spirit. We have a slightly different set of shocks just because this identification is very challenging. But by and large, we find very similar results. Let me just focus on one figure. Labor productivity, big permanent effect. This is the response of actual output. The blue line is what happens with the potential. Very similar to what we saw in the US. It's kind of slow reaction and then gradual build up. And this pattern in the potential output, this blue line, can be almost perfectly reproduced by a very simple univariate filter. Okay, univariate filter. And you can do the same thing for other shocks and other sources, so it doesn't really matter. Now, what do we have in the end? What's the bottom line here? Well, we have this result that estimates of the potential GDP coming from public or private sources respond only gradually to shocks, even though we know that they should be responding on impact very strongly to supply-side shocks. Also, what we see is that, a very simple univariate method, such as Hoderick-Prescott filter, can basically reproduce all properties we see for the potential output, and we shouldn't see something like this. It should be much more sophisticated than that. We should have a differentiation between supply-side shocks and demand-side shocks. Now, the fact, as I said before, that we have something like this in the data is telling us that this sense of permanency we get about the Great Recession, secular stagnation, and so on, is not necessarily an established, robust fact. It may be just a statistical result. And if we wait another couple of years, maybe we'll have an acceleration, and people will forget about the Great Recession, secular stagnation, and so on. Now, what's the way forward? Really briefly, there is a lot of value in using additional information. We have to really differentiate between supply-side shocks and demand-side shocks. These are some approaches, Blanchard-Kwok, Kartner, but there are many others. You should also use private sources, not just one series. It seems like consensus economics has useful information. Also, one thing which we found a little undesirable in the current practice of calculating potential output estimates is so-called model averaging, when you have a variety of techniques and then you take an average. And typically one of these ingredients in model averaging is a Hoderick-Prescott filter. And so it seems like this model averaging is really excessive. And finally, people often laugh when you tell them we use judgmental forecasts or whatever adjustments to potential output because it doesn't have any statistical foundation. We actually found that if you use more judgmental sort of adjustment ad hoc factoring, you do better than what you would get from a more formal model. Thank you.
Thank you for the excellent presentation. Now, as always, we have time for questions. Please, let's start with the gentleman in the fifth row.
Оскільки я знаю, що ви добре володієте українською мовою, для того, щоб не втратити зміст запитання, я задам його вам на українську.
As far as I know that you speak very good Ukrainian, I would like to ask a question in Ukrainian. You spoke about 70s, and you know that in the middle of 70s, economic growth of G7 dropped down and never recovered to the same very level as it was before. So at the same time, there was another trend that is not recovered up until now. So this is more than 40 years, the tendency of the income norm and decline. So for the same period, these countries used all possible tools like of central banking and other tools of other financial institutions. However, there was over-accumulation of productive capacities, and the dynamics of economical growth is still not recovered. So, as of today, what do you think? Can the policy of the central bank influence these trends in order to change their directions back to where they were? So the question is really difficult because economic growth in G7 countries has a lot of different factors, and this is not excessive capacity. That I translated as overaccumulated capacity, excessive capacity. There are many other factors that contribute to this issue. Up to my mind, this article, this paper is not about the monetary policy that could influence on the economic growth in the long run. However, I think that our distinguished speakers, they said from the very beginning that Ukrainian central bank, national bank, or the National Bank of Poland, they cannot control the situation. Their task is to control inflation, and the rest should be done by other participants.
Thank you. Larry Ball from Johns Hopkins University. I think your results are very interesting and persuasive. You know, essentially that if output goes up or down, measures of potential tend to follow afterwards. It seems there's an obvious policy implication. You shy away from it. There's a question of should monetary and fiscal policy be more expansionary and try to push output back towards the old trend. I think your slide says the data is not informative about that. It seems to me the natural interpretation of your results is that the data are informative, and the data say that just as the Great Recession pushed output down and then potential followed, that if we had an overheating of the economy that pushed output up, then potential would probably follow, and that therefore the policy point of view that says, well, say in the U.S., output is currently close to the CBO's estimate of the natural rate, so we should not try to push output any higher, that's very dangerous and unnecessarily prolongs stagnation. And essentially, it seems like your results make a strong case for more expansionary policy. So would you accept being pushed in that direction?
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your question. I agree. One interpretation of our results is that, you know, our sense of no slack in the economy now may be just a purely statistical result. If you compare the estimate of CBO from 2007, the red line I showed you in the beginning, and the actual output, it's still very, very wide. And there are some signals consistent with the sense that we have a lot of slack in the U.S. economy. You look at employment to population ratio, it has not recovered to the pre-recession levels. Now, one thing I wanted to emphasize in our work was that there is a lot of sampling uncertainty in our estimates, and there is a range of alternative interpretations consistent with our results. One thing which we also found very striking is that we often literally calculate the distance between actual and potential output and build policy around that. But our interpretation is that this construct we have called potential output requires a very careful interpretation. It's not necessarily a true potential output out there. It's like something statistical we construct for ourselves. And this can backfire in a sense. We can react too much or too little. That would be our conclusion, I guess.
Vadim Vlasovich, Erasmus University. I want to follow up on this. So do you see evidence that Fed actually acts on this almost myopic behavior of congressional, at least since the beginning of quantitative easing? So
I'm not a
refer
historian.
to the Taylor rule. So.
Yeah, we should ask John Taylor. I think there is evidence that people respond to this. It's very clear. If you look at the 70s, there was a sense that output gap is really, really big, and monetary policy should not be contractionary at any cost. It should be expansionary, if anything. Larry can correct me. There are other instances, for example, in the late 1990s when output was growing really fast. There was a growing concern, at least among some policymakers and private markets, that will have acceleration of inflation. And Greenspan at the time said, look, we shouldn't do this because we believe that productive capacity was expanding very fast. There is no slack in the economy. We should not push on brakes. We should not raise interest rates. And that was, I guess, one of these wonderful moments when you look at the data, you make the right inference, and you actually improve policy.
We have time for one more question. Oleg Korenok, Virginia Commonwealth University. So if I push you in the other direction compared to Professor Ball and say, isn't your paper saying that according to our definition of potential output, if our definition is that supply shocks do not affect the potential output, then what you're finding is that we don't have a good way to find it. So whatever estimates we produce are not actually estimates of the idea of potential output. Whatever estimates we produce, since they respond to demand shocks, it's not really, so whatever we're seeing, Green Book or any other estimates, they're not really estimates of potential output.
Yes, that's certainly one conclusion we have reached, that whatever estimate of potential we have out there, it's not necessarily potential output the way we think about potential output in our models. Thank you.
Thank you, Yura. And now I want to invite our last speaker for today. Our last speaker, not for today, excuse me, of course, for the first session until we have our coffee break. And our speaker is Marcin Kolasy from Narodowy Bank Polski and Warsaw School of Economics. He will talk about demographic transition and monetary policy in a small open economy.
This works? Okay. So first of all, thank you very much for putting this paper into this program of this very interesting conference. I'm really very happy to be here in Kyiv. So this paper is joint work with two colleagues of mine from Narodowy Bank Polski, Marcin Bielecki and Michał Brzoza-Brzezina. And it's about the impact of demography on the monetary policy. Now, when you think about demography, then monetary policy is probably not your first association, right? If you think about the consequences of demographic development, so usually people think that demography operates at a sort of low frequency. These are pretty much compared to like normal business cycles, pretty much predictable developments. So, since monetary policy usually deals with short and medium term horizon, then probably these two things should not really matter for each other. So actually this kind of optics certainly changed following the secular stagnation debate, right? So now we think that there could be some link, and there have been several theoretical developments that help us to understand this nexus better. But I think that what we are still missing is a sort of like quantitative evaluation of these kind of processes. So this is essentially how this paper is going to contribute to this debate. So the outline is really pretty standard. I will try to motivate this work a little bit. I will sketch out the model because actually our main results are based on a macroeconomic model. I will show you some simulation results from this model, and then you will see some conclusions or takeaways that come from this analysis. So what we mean by demographic transition is essentially population aging, and this is essentially two processes. So like a steady decline in fertility, so fewer people are born, right, every year, okay, and also a decline in mortality risk. So people live longer and longer, and actually these are the processes that you see essentially in all countries, and if you don't see in some of them, then you are going to see them pretty soon, right? Even in some developing worlds. Of course, The speed and timing can be very different across the economies, and actually Poland is quite an interesting case in this argument because by some measures we have the worst demographic situation in the whole EU, so this makes it like a kind of nice case study, but I guess like generally the implications actually are very similar, or at least qualitatively for many other economies. So let me show you a couple of slides of what kind of processes we have in mind. So this chart plots the total fertility rate defined in a standard way as the number of kids per woman. You know that the sort of like replacement rate is 2.1. So this is like the average number of kids per woman that you should see, so that the population is constant under constant mortality risk. So you see that this is in the EU already, like this fertility rate has been below this threshold for quite a couple of years. The situation has got worse, like at least till the year 2000. Then you had some rebound and further projection of subsequent growth, but you still see that the fertility rate is very low, right? In Poland, actually, the situation in like 1980s was not that bad, but then more or less close to the collapse of the communist regime, you've seen like a very dramatic decline in this rate, so that it fell well below what you see in the rest of the EU. And even though like the prospects are somewhat positive in that respect, then again, like coming back to the levels that you've seen like several decades ago doesn't seem to be very, very plausible. On the other hand, you see quite a big increase in life expectancy. So of course, like the life expectancy in the EU is larger than in Poland, larger for females than for men. But most importantly, actually, is that, you know, in the EU, there is the projections and also the history show like a steady increase in this indicator. In Poland, again, like during the late communist times, we had a kind of stagnation in these indicators, but then following the collapse of the communist regime, you see like quite a steady increase of life expectancy. So this, of course, translates into like a kind of very important behavior of one of the indicators that I show you here, which is old age dependency ratio, which essentially is defined as the number of retirees per working age population. So you see here that actually, for now, not really much has been going on, but if you move, like extrapolate these trends further into the future, under constant retirement age, you can see that the changes are quite dramatically, right? So old age dependency ratio is projected to like more than double in the EU, and in Poland, actually, this growth is going to be much bigger. So of course, you know, this might have like many actually macroeconomic implications. So I'm listing a couple of them that immediately come to your mind. So of course, this has implications for economic growth because labor is actually quite an important input to production. Of course, pension system sustainability is like an obvious issue to worry about. The size and composition of fiscal expenditures, because older people have like different needs as regards public services, housing market as well. And actually, you know, you can probably continue this list for a bit longer, but one of the areas that aging might affect as well is monetary policy. And let me first like give you a kind of overview from what we know from the theoretical contributions and also from some common sense, I would say, about how demography might impact the monetary policy. So one is clearly the drop in the real rate of return on capital, or the natural real interest rate. So just to cut the long story short, it's just, you know, if you expect to live longer, you have to accumulate more assets for the time when you're retired. So the savings supply goes up, and this, like through the standard macroeconomic mechanism, leads to the decrease in the real interest rate. Then if you're in an open economy, then of course you save not only in your like domestically, but also, you know, some of these savings can be exported abroad. So you may expect some adjustment in the external balances. I mean, like the current account or eventually the international investment position. You may expect some changes in the transmission of monetary policy and also other macroeconomic shocks, right? Because people in different age might have at least different propensity to consume or respond differently to changes in the macroeconomic environment. And actually, importantly, also from this paper's perspective, you might expect an increased probability of being faced with a zero lower bound constraint, so something that was one of the key ingredients in Gianluca's model. So essentially, if you have like a drop in the real interest rate, you keep the inflation target at the same level, then the distance from the nominal interest rates in normal times to the zero lower bound gets smaller, so the risk of hitting it clearly increases. There are also like a couple of interesting papers that deal with social preferences towards stabilizing inflation. So this might also, like demography, might actually affect these processes. So what this paper is about, so as I sort of signaled, we try to deal with the quantitative impact of aging, so our focus will be the natural interest rate, but also these external balances. We'll have an open economy setting, so we'll be able to investigate the impact of foreign demography for a country like Poland or any small open economy that is quite strongly integrated with the rest of the world. What is especially, I think, important in this paper, we'll highlight the importance of observing the natural interest rate in real time by the central bank. This will be maybe some surprising outcome from our analysis, because, as I said, demographic processes are like slow-moving processes, so you might tend to think that maybe it's not really so important to track these developments in real time. But I will show that at least according to our results, it may matter quite a lot. And then I'll show you some quantitative implications for the probability of hitting the zero lower bound. So just the preview of the main findings in case I just run out of time. So we find with our model that actually the impact of aging on the rate of return on capital, or the natural rate of interest, can be actually quite substantial. So it's like 1 percentage point for the euro area. Well, spread over like 3 decades, but still quite a substantial shift. In Poland, even more actually. So it's like nearly 2 percentage points. And actually, as I sort of signaled, we find it quite important to account for the fall in the natural interest rate in real time. So if you fail to do that, if you learn it gradually over time, you may end up in a quite serious downward bias in the inflation rate. And this bias, as I said, is quantitatively quite important. We estimate it even to go in as high as 1 percentage point at some points. As far as the implications for the zero lower bound, of course, it very much depends what's the standard value for the natural interest rate for the economy. For Poland is quite high, so that even if you see this decline of the natural rate of interest rate by nearly 2%, then actually the increase in this risk is not such great. But actually, if you fail to observe it in real time, it might become actually quite important. And then another, I think, quite important outcome is that even if you're like a small economy, a small open economy, which is really highly dependent on what's going on abroad, then actually domestic demography is key for the rate of for the natural interest rate. So it's not that, at least you will see the mechanism, I hope, pretty soon. So let me skip the literature, just jump to the model, just starting with some overview. So the core of the model is something used widely in many central banks. So this is the new Keynesian setup, but a small open economy extension. But the main extension that allows us to investigate these issues that we are interested in is that we add some life cycle features to the model. So we have not one representative households, but actually 80 cohorts of overlapping generations of households. So people enter the model at the age of 20, and then they live the maximum number of years of 99. of course, they can die before actually reaching this age. So we have like mortality risk that is age and time dependent, okay? And we also account, this like rich structure allows us to account for age-specific productivity, so this actually quite matters for the results. Like in any model of this type, we have like standard rigidities, and actually sticky prices are important here. We have also investment adjustment costs, very much Taylor like monetary policy rule, and then the model will be driven by the following exogenous processes. So we'll treat demographic processes as deterministic, because I think it's like a reasonable way of thinking about that one. So the growth rate of initially young people and the mortality risk will be known to people, both in our economy that we study, but also in the euro area, which is like mimics the rest of the world for Poland. But we also have like a bunch of stochastic shocks which we use to simulate the economy stochastically to evaluate the probability of hitting the zero lower bound, and this will be like a pretty standard shocks in this medium-sized new Keynesian model. So we'll have shifts in productivity, shifts in time preferences, monetary policy will be the source of shocks as well. We'll have the international risk premium shocks, which are important for open economies, and then foreign shocks will affect the Polish economy as well. I want to go pretty quickly through the equations, but at least I'm still going to show you a couple of them. So households are, live like for a couple of years, for the maximum number of years equal to the uppercase J. They discount the future utility flows, but the discounting is using the standard discount factor, but also this term, which is this n over the other n, which is essentially the probability of actually reaching a certain age. So this is what I mean by capturing this effect of mortality risk. So there is, for each household, there is a certain probability that he or she will not survive to the next period. Otherwise, the utility is pretty standard. We have the preference shock, but households care about consumption in a positive way, and then dislike labor effort. The budget constraint is pretty standard, so households consume, but households also get labor income with age-specific productivity. This ZJ that you see in the budget constraint is the age-specific productivity, and they accumulate assets, okay? And also get some bequests from those guys that leave this world before the age of 99. So to keep the structure of this model like simple and avoid some portfolio choices for each generation, we introduce into the model a special types of agents that we call investment funds, who essentially collect all the assets from households and manage them. And what management means is that they use it to purchase physical capital, they use it to purchase bonds denominated in the home currency and traded only internally, but they also trade in foreign currency denominated bonds, and they have also some access to equity. This is essentially like allows them to draw profits from intermediate goods producing firms that are monopolistically competitive. So these investment funds maximize the expected gross return. So they get the return because they rent capital services to firms. They get each bond is pays the risk-free interest rate. Foreign bonds also pay a interest rate denominated in the foreign currency, and also there are some dividend flows that actually make up this return. Now, an important component is this gamma stuff that you see in this last line, which introduces some imperfection in international financial markets. Because normally, if there were no imperfections like that, then of course the world interest rate applies also domestically, right? At least in the long run. While this gamma introduces a wedge between the world and home interest rate. And this is very much motivated by some kind of I would say now rich empirical evidence about the link between the country risk premium and and its international investment position. So this is what we take from the literature. So you essentially cannot borrow as much as possible from the outside world, because at some moment the interest rate you have to pay on that debt actually will increase and will make it actually not profitable for you to borrow anymore, right? And of course it works in both directions. So very briefly about the production side. So final goods can be either consumed or invested, and they consist of homemade and foreign components. We have a standard capital accumulation law of motion and a sort of standard production function that uses capital and labor. And importantly, because we want to have like some role for the monetary policy in this model, actually these firms producing intermediate goods will face price stickiness that we model in a sort of standard way. So this is the Calvo type price stickiness. This is actually quite an important slide because it shows what the monetary policy does in this model. So the monetary policies might be constrained by the zero lower bound. So the gross interest rates cannot fall below 1. So net ones cannot be negative. Otherwise, we have like a sort of Taylor-like monetary policy rule. So the monetary policy responds to deviations of inflation from the target, from deviations of output growth, from its potential output growth. There is some interest rate smoothing, and there might be some monetary policy shocks. Now also, actually, the level of the interest rates, just like in the standard Taylor rule, long-run level of the policy rate depends on the estimate of the natural rate of interest. Okay, the nominal one. Right? And actually here we will have two assumptions. So we'll either assume that the central bank can observe the natural interest rate in real time. This will be like our baseline scenario. Or it will be, or the natural interest rates will be actually gradually learned. So the current estimate of the natural interest rate that the central bank uses in its monetary policy rule will be equal to the previous actually value of this, to its previous value, times some learning gain, so that actually, you know, if you see that you've made a mistake in the past, you update your current estimate with a certain proportion of this sort of error. So this is like a kind of standard specification from the learning literature. I think like the model is calibrated using some Eurostat data, Europop 2013 estimates of the demographic trends. So actually, this also applies to the figures I showed you just while motivating this work. Well, what else is interesting? We also, like, you know, whatever we can, we estimate outside of the model and take from the literature. And the speed of learning parameter, which is actually quite important one, is also like taken from the related literature. When like calibrating the stochastic structure of the economy, we, you know, the euro area economy is just like estimated outside of the model. Remember, we treat Poland as a small open economy, so whatever happens in the euro area is actually unrelated to what happens in Poland, right? As far as other shocks are concerned, we perform a moment matching exercise, and this like summarizes how well we are doing in that respect. And actually, we are doing extremely well for the nominal interest rate moments. I mean, standard deviations and autocorrelation, but this is sort of imposed. But also other moments, actually, I think are matched pretty well. So I guess like these stochastic simulations, the outcomes of which I will rely on, I think have quite a good backing in the empirical data. So I think I will skip the solution methods. So let me actually now move straight to the results. So actually I will show you a couple of things. Okay, I will show you the impact of demographic transition, which is essentially feeding these demographic trends that I showed you just right at the beginning of my presentation to simulate what happens in the euro area. And then, you know, simulate, given what happens in the euro area, what happens in Poland, right? Okay, so because, you know, what happens in the euro area affects also what happens in Poland. Then I show you some consequences for the monetary policy. So I will show you how the inflation rate looks like under either perfect observation of the natural interest rates or under gradual learning, and I will show you some ZLB risk estimates. And finally, and this will be the last thing, I will show you how actually foreign demography affects our model economy. So these are the charts for the euro area. I apologize for the scale for the real interest rates here. Actually, it's you have to like divide it by 1,000 to make a reasonable number. But just starting from the second row, you know, these hours worked and GDP are expressed per capita, okay? So actually, you know, you have a decline in hours, total hours worked because, you know, people live longer but work only like until the retirement age. So, okay, so per capita hours worked decline. So this also means like a fall in per capita GDP, and exactly for the reasons I mentioned before, since people live longer, they have to accumulate assets for the time when they are retired. So actually this means that the assets to GDP ratio goes up, okay? For the euro area, which is a closed economy, this essentially means that people accumulate more physical capital, okay? Because there are no other significant assets that are not in fixed supply. And this translates into a drop in the real interest rate that is actually goes down if you take the starting point in the year 2000, so actually already a couple of years in the past. It starts from 1.2 to something like 0.2 in around 2030. So you have like this decline by 1 percentage point. Quite spread over time, but quite a significant one, I would say. In Poland, the story is similar, but actually, given the more severe demographic trends, actually the decline in the real interest rate is much bigger. As I said, like it goes. At some point it reaches nearly 2 percentage points, and you know, you also have like this decline in the GDP per capita. You have this increase in assets to GDP ratio, but since Poland is an open economy, then actually, you know, all these like extra savings can be also invested abroad. So you can see that you have quite a substantial drop in the foreign debt to GDP ratio. So you essentially export savings, and as I said, like this drop is quite substantial. So currently we're running at around 55% of foreign debt to GDP. If these demographic trends will get realized according to our model, will be down to something like below 40%. So quite an important movement and quite an important thing to think about if you're at a central bank that is also concerned by the external imbalances. Now this slide is actually, I think, like quite important because it shows you the inflation rate as it evolves during this demographic transition in Poland under two assumptions about whether the central bank perceives this decline in the natural interest rate in real time or not. So if it does, then you should look at this black line, and then you see that the inflation is essentially constant at 2.5, which is like the current level of the inflation target in Poland. Okay, 2.5. Okay, sorry, I almost. Now, if actually instead you actually fail to notice, or essentially disregard the demographic trends while you're a central banker, so you actually learn only gradually about this decline in the natural interest rate, look what happens with inflation. Actually, you have like a negative bias in that sense that inflation is well below target, and it's not only like a couple of periods, it's quite a protracted actually process, and the scale of this bias is quite substantial, at some points reaching like 1 percentage point. So you can see that even though these demographic processes are slow moving, like over time, actually taking them into account while designing the policy, at least when it is governed by the Taylor-like rule, is actually quite important. Then the probability of hitting the zero lower bound, if you look at the beginning of this chart, and the black line is our baseline, it's actually pretty low, so it's something like 1% annually, so it's really not a big deal. Then if you take into account this demographic transition, but the central bank actually observes the fall in the natural rate of interest in real time, it gets larger, but I would say it's still like, well, maybe not to ignore, but manageable. But if you fail to actually account for these demographic trends in real time, then actually you end up with a probability that you cannot actually easily disregard. It can go up to as much as 15%. So for an economy like Poland, which has never actually experienced this kind of situation, it is something I think to a little bit worry about. And the final thing is like this impact of what happens abroad. So the black line actually replicates our baseline scenario. So I told you like this fall in the foreign debt to GDP ratio from like something like 55% nowadays to below 40%. Now, if actually the euro area didn't have any demographic transition, so that like the fertility rate and the mortality rate were constant in this region, you wouldn't see any like no, sorry, I just wanted to start with this with the other. So the gray line is actually what would happen if the euro area had exactly the same demography as in Poland. So the same fertility rate over time, the same increase or the same paths in the mortality rate. So then you wouldn't see actually any export in savings abroad. So the net foreign assets position would be constant. At the other extreme, you might be interested in a situation in which actually there is no demographic transition in the euro area, and this looks like a bit crazy picture, so it's more or less like a thought experiment. Then you could see that actually the net foreign assets position in Poland would actually turn from like a negative position to surpluses. But I'm not showing you that just for the sake of looking at the foreign debt to GDP ratio. It's just more about how it affects actually what happens with the real interest rate. And here actually the message is not so good, because actually, I mean, if the euro area had the demography like in Poland, well, the situation in Poland would be a little bit worse. So the decline in the natural interest rate or in the real interest rate would be somewhat bigger, but not much, right? But actually, even if there was no demographic transition in the euro area, so you wouldn't have this like export of downward pressure on the real interest rate, then still the real interest rates in Poland would actually record quite a significant decline. So the bottom line from all of that is actually, you know, even if you're an open economy with some access to financial markets, actually, because of these financial markets imperfections, it's not that you can really, disregard demographic implications on the natural rate of interest. So I'm essentially ready to conclude. Like most of these things, I've already covered. So the impact of aging on the natural rate of interest rates is substantial in the euro area and even more in Poland. And importantly, even though these changes, like demographic changes, are glacial in that sense that they really move really slowly, then it's very important to account for the changes in the natural interest rate because of the changes in the demographic situation in real time. This is, of course, easier said than done, right? But it's because it's not an easy thing. But at least I think you at least should keep it in your head, because there are some chances that at least you will manage to avoid deflationary bias or also somewhat keep the ZLB risk under control. And finally, actually, even though the aging process might be important in what happens to the current account or the external positions of the economy, for the natural interest rates actually at home, it's there is some impact, but actually not so great. So actually, your own demographic developments, even if you're a small open economy, actually matter quite a lot for the evolution of the natural rate of interest. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Marcin. And as always, we have time for questions. Please, gentlemen in the third row. Could someone please give a microphone? Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Have you thought of including somehow migration into your model and controlling for its effects? Thank you.
Yeah, actually, it's actually a very important comment, right? Especially because of the place where we are and where I came from, right? So we've received quite a big migration inflows to Poland from Ukraine, but on the other hand, quite a lot of people from Poland moved to the Western Europe. So I think that on balance, we are. I wouldn't say we are even exactly, but these processes to some extent offset each other. But actually accounting for migration in this kind of models is not so easy. But I agree it would be important to have it, and of course, like inward migration might alleviate these kind of processes, right? Quite especially if like as you see in the data, like the people migrating people are people in the working age, right? Not necessarily the retirees. So they clearly improve this old age dependency ratios and other things that lead to these developments that I studied here. Yeah.
We still have time for questions. The gentleman
Thank you very much for your presentation. You related the aging of population to monetary policy and actually to economic growth. Today we have heard already that it's a problem of not sufficient aggregate demand for economic growth, but if we consider the aging population, it's like long period of living for people, it means that potentially it should stimulate the aggregate demand because they consume more. Unfortunately, we see that aging of population doesn't stimulate the aggregate demand. And you relate the aging population with debt and monetary policy. So do you think that why aging of population doesn't stimulate aggregate demand? And the second question is, what are the more strongest factors influence on aggregate demand rather than aging of population?
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure I got the second question, but let me maybe first respond to the first one. Well, yeah, sure, it's a general equilibrium model. So you have both supply and demand effects, and if you think about aggregate demand, as I said, like with aging population, especially if people don't start actually working longer, okay, so you have like this increase for the supply of savings. So in that sense, like the propensity to save in this economy increases, right? So if this is what you had in mind by aggregate demand, right, effects, then demographic trends have like negative effects on aggregate demand. That's why, if you fail to account that you have this deflationary pressure for inflation, that's why you have this increase in the savings rate, and that's why you export capital abroad. And I'm not sure I got the second question exactly, so could you? So you mean other processes that might affect economy other than demography or something? Yeah, sure, right. So this is the model that deals only with with demographic processes. So that's why on the charts I showed you, you see the decline in GDP per capita, right? If you add to that technological progress, which is not there in the model because it's not the focus of this paper, the outcome would be different, right? So actually, there can be many other things that affect the outcomes I showed you, but I'm just focusing on the demography here.
We have time for 2 more questions.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Yuri Gorodnichenko. I was wondering what will happen in your model if you endogenize fertility. For example, as agents accumulate more capital becomes more abundant. It means interest rates go down, wages go up. But as wages go up, the opportunity cost of having children increases even further. And so you can have this vicious cycle when you actually make transitions to very low interest rates very, very fast. That's one question. And second question, Ukraine has a slightly higher inflation target, 5%. And again, I think it also has a higher rate of population contraction. It seems like your study is suggesting that it's a good idea because Ukraine will have a bigger buffer before it hits a zero lower bound. Thank you.
Yeah, so surely it would be nice to endogenize the fertility rate. We haven't done it actually. I don't think it's like an easy way. There is an easy way to do that, but yeah, you're right. Like if you know, surely like the fertility rate depends on the economic situation. This is one of the reasons why it collapsed so slowly, so sharply actually in Poland. This is at least what other research shows. That's why it collapsed so sharply during the crisis that we had after like during the transition from the command economy to the market economy. So I guess like yeah, I think that these projections for the fertility rate somewhat like take into account the fact that Poland is, or also the EU, is going to like you know, grow further in the future because of some technological progress, but it's purely exogenous. So I agree that this link would be nice to have, right? But I think that even so, yeah, okay, maybe let me stop my answer at this point. Now about the level of the inflation target. This is actually a fair point. So in Poland, we have like the inflation target that is slightly larger than in the Eurozone. It's not much, it's like a half a percentage point, but still. And also we have like the higher natural rate of interest rate, probably because we are catching up economy, etc., right? And this is exactly the reason why Poland, at least nowadays, but who knows what will happen in the future if things materialize, as I showed you, is actually quite well protected from the zero lower bound. But more generally, if you know, one of the ways, and quite an easy or straightforward fix of this increase in the probability of the zero lower bound is just to increase the inflation target, right? So if Ukraine faces like larger demographic problems, right, than Poland, and it has actually higher inflation target, I think it's like a reasonable mix. Of course, you know, this is not costless, right? If you believe in monetary frictions or the cost of price dispersion, it might have its cost, but as we know, like once you hit the zero lower bound, actually things might become quite nasty, so you might really want to avoid this situation. So probably keeping the inflation target a little bit higher to somehow minimize this risk is probably a good idea.
We can afford one short question. If there are no questions, let's all thank Marcin. And thank you all for coming to our first policy session. Now let's have a short 15 to 20 minute break. And I hope to see you all at 16:30 for our first policy session. Again, the session starts at 16:30 in about 15-16 minutes. Thank you all.
Good morning, everyone. We start our panel discussion. Just 1 minute, we shall start.
So no one's using slides, yeah?
And no one is using slides.
Okay.
Доброго дня.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. We have a second panel. It will be done in English, and I will switch to English.
Panel of speakers. We have Eric Bergler from the Institute of Global Affairs. We have Gerard Roland from the University of California, Berkeley. We have Kirsten Atyohni from Sveriges Riksbank. And we have Farouk Khan from the World Bank. We'll start with the general topic, and this is really something which is critical for Ukraine, and there are very polarizing opinions in Ukraine about the role of the state in economic growth in Ukraine. Everyone agrees that the sovereignty and even the survival of Ukraine hinges on our ability to establish growth and successful economy. We need the economy in Ukraine to grow because there's no other way. But how exactly to achieve that and what role can be played by the state, this is where there are serious disagreements, ranging from a completely hands-off approach when we say the market will take care of everything, to a very extremely protectionist approach where we say the state is the only driver of the economy. But even if we accept any of these positions, there's still a question of what it means for markets to work and what it means for state to actually support the developed economy. And so the topic of today's panel is the role of the state in supporting economic growth. And we'll start with Gerard Roland, who will offer us a perspective on challenges and channels of economic growth in post-communist, or as the joke was earlier, post-capitalist societies of the region. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really glad to be here, as always. So let me start directly talking about the subject. And it's actually very closely related, in a certain sense, to the earlier talk by Gianluca Benigno, because that's very important in terms of growth. So something that is very important in economics, that was very important, that has been somehow neglected in recent years, is what is called the capital levy problem. So what is the capital levy problem? Is the fact that if you want to invest somewhere, there's a big difference between the elasticity of capital to taxation before the investment has been made and afterwards. Before an investment has been made, especially in today's world, people can invest, many different countries, in different continents, etc. And so they're very sensitive to the conditions of the economy, the environment, taxation, the rule of law, etc. But once you have sunk your investment, it's there. You've made the investment, you have a factory, it's producing things, etc. And then you're much more vulnerable to expropriation. not only to higher taxation, but to expropriation. This is called the capital levy problem. And so what does that mean? That means that there is a very important commitment problem because of this different elasticity before and after the investment has been made. And so therefore, if governments want to have high investment and therefore high growth, because growth is related to investment, and to the intensity of investment, well, you need to have commitment not to expropriate. Now, this seems kind of very, very basic, but we see expropriation of investment all the time. Just think in Russia the last few years, the expropriation that took place of, Yukos, Sibneft, etc., this huge renationalization that has been taking place. In China, there have been similar things, and entrepreneurs I know who invested early in China, they thought, we're afraid of being expropriated, so we try to recoup our investment as much as possible. China is a huge economy, so people are willing to take risks. But if you're a smaller country and if you feel your investment can be expropriated, then that's going to be bad for growth. So, which means the commitment not to expropriate is absolutely fundamental. And how do you do that? How do you do that? Well, the best way so far that has been found is democracy. Democracy is fundamental in order to have a commitment not to expropriate. Now, democracies are not perfect. Democracies are not perfect, but because democracies have the rule of law, because they have separation of powers, because they have institutions that create credibility, that can create commitment not to expropriate. It's never perfect, but it's much stronger than what you see in autocracies. And so, the independence of the judiciary is fundamental in this thing, and other institutions are also important. This is central bank conference. Central bank independence is a fundamental institution if we want to have a rule of law. And all the populists in the world, they hate central bank independence. Why? Because they want to come to power to basically print money and then redistribute, and then you have what you have in Venezuela today. So that's really so the commitment to expropriation, not to expropriate, is very, very important. And so from that point of view, there is no such thing as illiberal democracy. Democracy is not about the majority expropriating or oppressing the minority. This is very important. So many people who kind of think, yeah, democracy can be, is just an accessory, they say, well, what about Singapore? Well, Singapore is a city-state, is an extremely open economy. And so if they didn't have, that's true, it's not a democracy, but they have very strong rule of law. If they didn't have rule of law, they wouldn't be as affluent as they are today. Singapore, by the way, is one of the only countries in the tropics, in the area of the tropics, which in general are not, propitious for growth, to be in the league of high-income countries. And so we do see that there is really a danger of populism. And so the populists, they are the first who are going to want to expropriate. Because if you expropriate some investment, you say, haha, we got these rich guys, and then now we're going to redistribute everything. Well, you end up with autocracy, you end up with journalists being killed, judges being removed, etc. Look at what's been happening in Turkey, look at what's happening in Russia. And this is absolutely, this is not just about politics, it's about growth. Because by having the right institutions, that is how you create commitment not to expropriate, and that's what is going to be fundamental for growth. And this is especially important in post-communist countries, and here I come to the regional aspect, because post-communist countries, if you look a little bit at the history, those were communist regimes, and then too often we think, oh, transition, we got rid of that. But it's not really the right way to look at things. What happened is that communist regimes, the authority of the regime kind of eroded gradually. And then what you had is that as communist power eroded, you had networks of political entrepreneurs, oligarchs, etc., who started grabbing pieces of state power. And this is something that is fundamental in post-communist countries. That is why post-communist countries tend to have bad scores on institutions, why they have bad scores on rule of law, why they have very bad scores on corruption, and also bad scores on democracy. So in a way, it's a special challenge for post-communist countries at the time of transition, however imperfect, etc. As long as you just let things go, at least, some market forces would happen. But when you have a state apparatus that has become corrupt, that has become essentially an instrument that is like an ATM machine for oligarchs, where basically taxpayers are being flawed and then people get enriched on the bag of taxpayers, and then you have very low growth as a consequence. This is important. Ukraine has been suffering too much from that, and there's certainly a very important political will, to change this. And this is an international battle. It's an international battle because the Putin regime, Putin government, I'm not saying Russia, but it's really the Putin government, they think it's in their big interest to continue to have the state as an ATM machine. It's important to continue the networks of corruption. And that is why all battles against this, as we've seen in Ukraine in the last few years, all battles for democracy are seen as threatening to the Putin regime. That's why the European Union is under attack. That's why advanced democracies are under attack. This is really an international battle. And as I said, it's not just about politics, it's really about growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is fantastic, and this now opens a possibility for Eric to talk about the role of the state in promoting growth, in particular about the state which faces challenges. Thank you.
Absolutely, and it's as Gerard said, it's wonderful to be back in Ukraine. There are few cities more beautiful than Kiev at this time of year, but it's also important to acknowledge what has been achieved in Ukraine. I used to go, when I was at the EBRD, very regularly to the National Bank of Ukraine, and I can say to interact with the National Bank of Ukraine today compared to then is like two different worlds. And when we are pessimistic about the opportunities in Ukraine, I think look at what happened to this institution. It's incredible. So I was going to talk a little bit about industrial policy, and I'm going to use industrial policy in the same sense as basically growth policy. So industrial policy is very much back in business. Even in the UK, the Conservative government that didn't want to use the concept at all, is now there is even a ministry for industrial strategy. So it's something that is very much part of the political discussion and something that one has to think about. And I think Ukraine is coming to a state of development, coming out of all the turbulence after Maidan, and to think about these issues, and that's the context in which I will make my remarks. So industrial policy is going to be different across countries for several reasons. One reason is, where you are in terms of technology relative to the frontier. When you are at the frontier, it's really about genuine innovation. But when you are a bit further away from the frontier, it's about innovation in the sense of getting new products, new processes, new forms of organization in the local environment. And that you can do by imitating, adapting. Of course, you can also have genuine innovation, but what really is important at that phase is to get these technologies working in your local environment. But of course, there's a role, or could be a role, for the state in facilitating that. And there is this paradox of industrial policy that when you think that the state probably is more likely to be successful when it's about facilitating imitation, facilitating transfer of technologies from frontier countries, that's when the state's capacity is the weakest. And it's this kind of paradox that I want to reflect on. And what kind of industrial policy can you imagine in a place like Ukraine? And I think one has to remember that countries that are now emerging economies have a challenge that is in many ways greater than countries that maybe went through this transition or this move from away from the frontier to the frontier in the 20th century, because the constraints that we are facing now in terms of environment, in terms of social constraints, but also the speed of technological change makes this transition or this transformation more difficult. So when you are a bit away from the frontier, I said, it's about technology transfer, it's about reallocating factors across industries, it's about improving management practices. It sounds maybe trivial, but actually there's a lot of evidence now that this is really fundamental for differences across countries. And of course, it's not something you do easily, but it's something that you can have as an objective for policy. And of course, it's also about affecting a lot of the institutional dimensions. It's obviously about corruption, it's about relieving credit constraints, it's about education and skill formation. So when you are further away from the frontier, you need policies that really can achieve these objectives, policies that can achieve transfer of technology, policies that can help reallocate factors across industries. So we have sort of a set of policies that we can think of. We have the sort of traditional horizontal policies that are trying to improve for everybody. It's about education. It's about it's about developing the financial system. These are relatively uncontroversial, but they're probably not going to help, or they are certainly going to help, but they maybe not be enough. And then on the other hand, you have what we call vertical policies, policies that are really identifying specific industries, specific firms, even national champions and so on. And we know from experience that these are extremely demanding on state institutions. So if you have limited state capacity, these policies are very difficult. Luckily, there is a whole range of policies in between. I could call them sector-based horizontal policies or just sector policies that can be about addressing specific training needs, educational needs in individual sectors. They can be about specific needs in individual sectors in terms of relaxing financing constraints. It can be about introducing in traditional sectors IT, for example. So in agriculture, a lot has been achieved in many parts of Europe, but also in the emerging world. A lot has been achieved by introducing IT into agriculture, by combining IT and textile industry, for example. A lot of improvements in India and Bangladesh because of that. You have also, this is what's usually called smart specialization. I think this is a policy that is something that is very worthwhile trying in a context like Ukraine. But maybe the most important and the most important industrial policy now is about connecting firms to global value chains. And that's where what the world has gone through in the last decade or so, what Richard Baldwin has described as the great convergence, when it's so much more about transferring information across borders today than about products. And it's that world where you no longer have to produce a whole car to enter the global markets. You can produce a small part, just maybe a gearbox or whatever it is. And it's that opportunity that is there for emerging economies now to grab. And that's where I think a lot of the government efforts should be directed. And if you look at what Central Europe has done, it's very much about that. Of course, they had a lot of help from the whole EU accession process. They had a lot of help from the initiatives of individual firms. But it's that process that is going to be extremely important, and where I think the government will be critical. And of course, there's also, there I think a lot of progress has been made in Ukraine on intelligent procurement. So using procurement in a way to help firms join these global value chains, but also to help firms compete in a fair way. So to sum up, I think that industrial policy will be very important in the next phase of Ukraine's development. We know that there are very serious constraints in terms of state capacity, but I think there is a range of policies that can be explored and that we should try to see how can they be applied in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, and we'll have Farouk talk about the World Bank's perspective, I guess, on the possibilities for policies in Ukraine to follow up on Eric's perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I apologize that our country director, Satu Kakkonen, was not able to be here, but I'm a disappointing replacement for her. I will talk today about the role of policies and institutions in supporting economic growth, and in particular the case of Ukraine. About 15 years ago, Bill Easterly and Ross Levine wrote an article in the Journal of Monetary Economics that had a very interesting title. It was called Tropics, Germs, and Crops, How Endowments Influence Economic Development, where they asked the question that what is more important for economic growth? Is it geographic endowments such as location, natural resources, or climate? Or is it policies and institutions? And what they concluded from that analysis was that the most important is policies and institutions. Geographic endowments matter mostly through their impact often on policies and institutions. Now, turning to the case of Ukraine, Ukraine has extraordinary endowments. It has a strategic location at the intersection of Europe and Asia. It has the largest stock of arable land in Europe, 1/3 of the world's endowment of black soil. It has a history of production at the technological frontier. The world's largest aircraft was produced in Ukraine, as is still functional today. It has energetic, hardworking, and educated people. So given these endowments, one would naturally expect that Ukraine would be a prosperous country. The fact today is very different. In 2015, per capita GDP in Ukraine was $2,000. Ukraine was among the poorest countries in Europe. Compare that to about $9,000 per capita in Turkey and Romania, $12,000 in Poland. Even Indonesia has a higher per capita GDP than Ukraine. When I ask people that, they're surprised. $3,300 in Indonesia. When you do this on a purchasing power parity basis, the comparison doesn't get any better. Ukraine is still the poorest among the countries I've mentioned. What is the reason? When you look at the history of economic growth over the last 15 years, between 2000 and 2015, GDP growth in Ukraine has been a paltry 2% per year. Compare that to 4.2% in Turkey, 3.6% in Poland and Romania, 5% in Indonesia and Malaysia, and 9.5%, of course, in China. China, of course, wins hands down when it comes to economic growth in recent decades. Even when you look at the recent history, forget the crisis. Is it because of the crisis, last 2 years when the economy collapsed? No. Even before the crisis, in the 5 years preceding the crisis, 2008 to 2013, economic growth in Ukraine was actually below zero. Average economic growth was below zero. So the history of growth in Ukraine has been very poor. So we did some analysis last year to look at what are the main drivers of this. And we came up with 4 policy areas. We talked earlier about the importance of policies and institutions. We came up with basically 4 policy areas. The first of those is macroeconomic stability. Ukraine has had a history of macroeconomic instability. Even preceding the current crisis, the current account deficit in Ukraine was 9.2% of GDP. For the 5 years preceding the current crisis, the fiscal deficit, including quasi-fiscal deficits from the gas sector, from the financial sector, averaged about 7% of GDP. When you have an economy with such large macroeconomic imbalances, when the easy money runs out, the economy collapses. This is what has been happening in Ukraine. You've had periods of economic growth when the easy money flowed in, when external conditions were very favorable, but when the conditions turned, the economy tanks. And on average, you get 0. This is what's been happening in Ukraine. Of course, much has been done in the last 3 years in the face of these shocks to fix many of the fundamental drivers of this macroeconomic stability. The fiscal deficit has been reduced significantly from 10.1% of GDP in 2014 to 2% of GDP in 2016. And that's including the quasi-fiscal deficits. The current account balance has was reduced from 9.2% in 2013 to in 2016 it was just over 3% of GDP. But some of the fundamental structural weaknesses remain. And these are areas where much more needs to be done going forward. In the financial sector, much has been done to strengthen supervision, to put in place a framework to resolve and recapitalize weak banks. But that process needs to continue. And Ukraine still needs to do a lot to get the credit flowing again. Non-performing loans still about 30%. And under that environment, the banking sector just cannot be a provider of credit to the economy. The state-owned banking sector is now accounts for more than half of all assets in the banking sector. So improving corporate governance of the state-owned banking sector and reforming state-owned banks more generally and restructuring them and preparing them possibly, some of them for privatization, is also going to be very important going forward. The second big area of policies is policies to improve productivity. When you look at productivity growth in Ukraine, it's averaged 1.2% over the last 15 years. Few countries have been able to generate sustained economic growth with such a weak record on productivity growth. When you look at the structure of Ukraine's exports, and the sophistication of Ukraine's export and compare that to many other countries in Eastern Europe, Ukraine has gone in the wrong direction. The sophistication of exports in Poland and Romania has improved for the last 15 years. In Ukraine, it's actually gone in the other direction because it's relied increasingly on natural resource exports. So what are the policies to improve productivity? We think there are 3 main areas. The first is infrastructure investment. If you look at Ukraine's public expenditures, even preceding the crisis, it's average about 45% of GDP. But when you look at public investment, 2% of GDP. Ukraine has enormous current expenditure obligations, which squeezes out the resources available for public investment, and the public investment management systems have also historically been very weak. So creating fiscal space for public investment and improving public investment management systems is critical to improving the performance and productivity. The second area to improve productivity performance is to create a level playing field. Ukraine has some very large and powerful producers that basically does not generate the environment necessary for competition and improving productivity. Improving that will require both more deregulation so that the small players can come in, the small and more competitive players can come in, but also improving the enforcement of the competition policy by improving the capacity of the Anti-Monopoly Committee of Ukraine. The third very important area to improve productivity is is improving the management of land. As I mentioned at the outset, Ukraine has the largest stock of arable land in Europe, but land management in Ukraine is extraordinarily weak. The state land, about a fourth of agricultural land is state land, and it suffers from a very low level of registration, which encourages non-transparent practices and non-productive use of this land. And private land is also suffers from having errors in the cadastre, as well as a moratorium on the sale of all private land. So improving the management of land is going to be critical in unleashing Ukraine's potential in agriculture. The third area, the third big policy area that we think is important is providing more effective social services. Ukraine spends an enormous amount. When you compare to other countries, Ukraine actually spends one of the highest shares of its GDP on social services: health, education, social protection. But it does a very poor job of delivering quality social services. When you look at the Human Development Index in Ukraine, it's among the lowest among comparator countries. So, and this has very particular implications, but because when you look at the micro dynamics of household income growth in Ukraine, most of household income, or a large part of household income growth, comes from the growth in social services over the last 15 years. Not as large a share comes from the growth of employment and wages. And the international experience is that countries that are able to provide more effective social services, more effective education and health, have households that rely more on sustainable growth in employment and wages to support income growth. So providing more effective services by reforming health care, by reforming education, by providing more targeted social assistance is going to be very important going forward. And the final thing is, of course, improving governance and institutions. When you look at corruption perceptions in Ukraine, corruption perceptions in Ukraine are closer to those at the bottom of the barrel, and far from the level of corruption perceptions in the European Union that Ukraine hopes to join. So improving governance and anti-corruption institutions will be critical and have a very important impact across the board in many of the other policy areas that I mentioned. And there are particular examples of where corruption makes a very big difference. For example, weak tax administration undermines macroeconomic stability. An oligarchical production structure undermines productivity growth. Weak management of public resources undermines effective delivery of social services. So we think that the strategy for governance and improving governance and institutions in Ukraine really has to have two dimensions. One is to actually improve the institutions, the justice institutions that were talked about before, improving public administration, but these things take time. In many countries, improving institutions can take a generation. So in addition to improving, making the progress in improving institutions, Ukraine also needs to, push forward those policies that undermine vested interests. When you improve tax administration, you undermine tax evasion and disempower vested interests through that route. When you improve the enforcement of competition policy, you undermine the power of the concentrated production structure and improve not only improve productivity, but that's also institutional change. So I think the two prongs of there needs to be a strategy on two fronts to address governance and institutions. I want to end on a positive note, because it's not all. And the positive note is that when you look at what has been done in Ukraine in the last 3 years, the enormous progress has been made. More has been done to reform policies and institutions in Ukraine in the last 3 years than has been done in the last 2 decades. And as a result of this, economic growth returned to Ukraine in 2016 after a long period of time. The economy grew by 2.3%, but the growth remains modest. Poverty is up. The medium-term macroeconomic pressures that could create macroeconomic imbalances remain. So much more needs to be done in many of those policy areas that I just mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This was a fantastic ending on the positive note. And Kirsten, the floor is yours. You'll talk about the challenges for the central banking. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me here today. It's a pleasure to be here and to be back in Kiev. I will talk about challenges for central banks in developing economies, and I shall say that we have been working together with the central bank here now for a few years, and I can just agree with what has been said here, that there has been a great development in the central bank and the central bank's way of working and their organization. Central banks have a very important role in the economy, and I will talk about the central bank's role in also creating growth for the economy. We have what we call technical experience technical assistance to a few countries, and we can see that when they are developing, there are experiences that can be drawn, and that there are areas which I want to highlight in order to make you understand that it's not so easy for the central banks either. But the central banks, when the new societies are built, central banks are rather often one of the first institutions that are in place. Maybe it's after the national flag, but before the national airline. The core functions of a central bank is, of course, monetary policy to make sure that there is a currency in place and that we have price stability. But it's also important for the central bank to work for financial stability in the financial market. And independence was mentioned here before, and I would say that independence for a central bank is a prerequisite for it to make sure that it can act in a proper way. I mentioned price stability and financial stability, but central banks are also important when it comes to the financial markets and the infrastructure. Central banks are banks for banks, so we provide liquidity to the banks in the markets, but we are also important in the way the financial markets are built. We provide also the way that payments can be done in a secure and proper way. So these core functions are vital for the economic growth. If we don't have a good infrastructure in the financial market, the market then cannot support the real economy in a proper way. So over time, there has been, of course, a discussion on the central bank's mandate. It's been discussion about the independence, if it's really important to have independent central banks. But I think nowadays, both politicians, but also market participants and the central banks agree that it is important with the independence of central banks. They shall be free from fiscal dominance, and there should be clear goals for the central banks when it comes to price stability and financial stability. As I mentioned in the beginning, the Riksbank, we have had a long-time commitment to work with central banks in developing countries. We have been working on this for 15 years. We have been working with Sri Lanka, Uganda, Namibia, Albania, and Vietnam. And now today we work with Kenya, we work with Ukraine, and we work with Palestine. Our approach to this staff exchange program is to provide our best technical assistance. So this is done on a very collegial basis, that we can give the other central banks the best practices that we have seen in central banking. And I will try to highlight a few of the challenges that we have identified in the work we have had with the other central banks. First and foremost, some institutional preconditions must be in place for central banks to succeed. And here the legal framework is extremely important, that the legal framework is in place so that it's clear what is a mandate for the central bank and that it's open and transparent what the politicians and the market awaits the central bank to deliver. And we have seen in many countries central banks have been given many different objectives and sometimes contradictory objectives. So here it's very important that the objectives for central banks are clear. And it's also important that the stakeholders are on board. It's important that the politicians stand behind the central banks and support its independence. Politicians must place confidence in the central bank, and confidence in the central bank is crucial for it to really achieve its goals. So this is the first challenge, to make sure that you have a good external framework for the central bank to work within. The second challenge, I would say, is the internal framework, because if the goals are set and they are understandable, you have to make sure that there is a strategy within the central bank how to achieve those goals. And you have also to make sure that you have a relevant organization for working upon your goals. And here again, I mean, we have seen quite many central banks who have a too big organization. The number of staff in many central banks is very high. They are bureaucratic and they are to some extent inefficient. Here I must really say that we are impressed of what has happened in Ukraine at the central bank. You have really been working on this to try to make your activities more efficient. I think you have cut your staff from 12,000 to 5,000 and you are continuing on that route. We have done the same in the Riksbank. In the middle of the 90s, we had 1,200 persons in the bank, and we had offices, 24 offices throughout the country. Today, we have just the head office in Stockholm and one small office for notes and coins, and we are 330 persons within the bank. So that is also a journey for us. But I think this is something which is important, and it is important that for the central banks to focus on what is core business. I think there are quite many nice things that we can be working with, but we have to focus on the core issues. The third issue and challenge for central banks is about transparency and communication. And I think it is a common misunderstanding that the communication sometimes is a little bit of a side activity. But for us, communication and transparency is also core business. Because if we cannot really explain the strategy for the central bank and the goals and why it is important with the independence, then it's very hard for us to get confidence in our activities. So clear and consistent and transparent communication is also a precondition for building confidence in central banks. I would also like to say something about other challenges for central banks, what we can see now, and that's about the future for cash and electronic payments. And I know that this is also an issue here in Ukraine. There is a discussion of a cashless society. And in Sweden, the Riksbank, we have also currently set up a new project in order to investigate if there maybe is, if a Riksbank in the future should issue a digital krona, an e-krona. And this is coming, we can see this is a hot discussion in many, many countries at the moment. And we can also see that customers say the use of notes and coins is sharply diminishing, at least in our countries. So there is a wish also from the consumers to use digital payment to a larger extent. Finally, I would also maybe say something more about central banks as institutions. My colleagues is sometimes saying when they are out discussing with central banks in other countries that the central banks rather often has a better trust from the public and from the politicians and other institutions and official authorities. And maybe, I don't know if that's right, but rather often they are saying that central bank staff is more reliable, they are well educated, they are good discussion partners, and they are maybe less corrupt. So in that sense, central banks can maybe also act a little bit more in order to get a change. And I think this has also been clear here in Ukraine that the central bank has pushed forward bank reforms, which have maybe not been so very popular always, but we have seen that it has given a good result in the markets, and it's probably more that has to be done in this area. But still, you need someone, you need authorities and maybe independent authorities who have the efforts and possibilities to encourage change. Because if you don't have a financial sector that can support the real economy, then you will not have growth in the longer perspective. So I will finalize here and say that central banks are also very important. It's not a prerequisite for growth, but they are important in order to work together with governments and other institutions to create the long-term growth for society.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to start with a round of bigger picture question, trying to bring some of the themes that have been discussed to sort of current policy questions that are close to heart of many people in Ukraine. I'll try to formulate them in a conceptual manner that we can focus on the substance, and then we will provide an opportunity to the panelists to react to each other's points and to the questions, and after that we'll open the floor for Q&A with the general audience here. So I'll start in the same order with Gerard. You talked about the democracy and you talked about the growth. And Ukraine is in the midst of the security conflict, to put it mildly. We also observe a lot of actions which sometimes polarize the society. And I'm not going to talk about ethnic issues, I'm not going to talk about language or the standard. I will just mention a number of policy decisions which were implemented recently, including e-declaration for NGOs on anti-corruption organizations, including decrees which remove passports from some officials who have dual passports, including, for instance, banning contact and a number of other Odnoklassniki and other companies. And there is a trade-off here. The national security and the issue of protection sovereignty, this is one argument why these actions are justified. Whereas the alternative argument, of course, is this is anti-democratic and we are building the democratic society. And then there's a question of hypocrisy, why different rules like e-declarations apply to different people. But that's more as a side, it's on the margin. The real question here is, in a country like Ukraine, where we are trying to build democracy, how do you find the balance between the issues of national security, which require restrictions, if you take that argument, and the democratic values which go against that? Thank you.
So, well, thanks for the question first. And so, I'm not aware of everything going on, so you may correct me, I may say things that are factually wrong. But what I have seen is that the argument of national security has been used in wrong ways every time I have seen them. So, for example, very recently, the trying to, ban Kontakte and these Russian social media, etc., apart from the problem of implementation, which is maybe a little bit unrealistic, I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong. I think to use this is not only wrong because it goes against freedom of press, expression, etc. But this sets a precedent for saying you can use the national security argument to crack down on anybody. So let me come up with an argument that's not in this country, but in Hungary. The Orban government is trying to shut down, the best university in the country, Central European University, and it's saying, yeah, we have nothing against them. We just want to apply the law, implement the law, and the law was produced for the sole purpose of prohibiting that university. So the national security argument, can be used, I think, in many wrong ways. Another case in which the national security argument has been used is about decentralization. We've been talking a lot about this, but I've heard people say, oh, you cannot give more, and this is completely independent from the Minsk agreement, where this is decentralization, not at all related to Minsk. It's really about what is good for Ukraine independently of the conflict. I've heard very often the argument say, oh, no, we cannot give more power to local governments, to mayors, to oblasts, etc., because it's bad for national security. I think, on the contrary, that decentralization is actually very important for unleashing democratic forces, for unleashing entrepreneurship, for unleashing initiatives that are there, among the young people. In a nutshell, I think the use of the argument of national security is used in wrong ways. Now, this is not to diminish the issue of the conflict, but I'm going to say something else. Two things. First of all, if the argument of national security is kind of used more and more, then I would say Putin has won. Putin has won. Because what does Putin want? Putin wants Ukraine to go back to some kind of Yanukovych era, to an era where democracy is suppressed, where corruption can go without protests, without people going against it. And so any defeat for democracy in Ukraine is a victory for Putin. So that's I think something very important in the national security debate. The other thing I want to say, and this is probably a bit more fundamental, is that in Ukraine, just like in many other countries, this is something specific to the post-communist world, outside Russia, is that you have had an alliance of liberal Democrats, people who want democracy and modern economy, and ultra-right nationalists. And this alliance came about because, people were against communism for different reasons. So take Poland or Hungary or even Ukraine. People said, we don't like being occupied by the Russians because they, suppress human rights, they prevent us from having democracy. And the other side said, we don't want to be occupied by the Russians, etc., because we want to have a pure ethnically pure nationalist rule, etc., and that's the most important for us. So this alliance, and that you see this alliance, this in the Maidan. In the Maidan, you had extreme right forces together with very strong democratic forces, and it's an unstable alliance. It's an unstable alliance, and every time I see, an attack on democracy in this part of the world, I think, aha, this is a nationalist group that's kind of, gaining. And Poland is a very good example because they're not pro-Russian, but they're very strongly, the current government, very strongly nationalist. And so because their nationalism comes before democracy. And so this is this cleavage between the hard right nationalists and the Democrats is something that is going to be important in all the region in coming years. So I don't exclude that Ukraine at some point could become, some nationalist Ukraine that is, still anti-Russian, etc., but that would suppress democracy, that would suppress ethnic minorities, that would suppress all sorts of minorities, etc.
All right, thank you. I'm going to move to Eric and ask the question about the industrial policy. And just to build a connection, there's also an argument that it's good that we ban Kontakte and 267 or so many other countries because it opens an opportunity for Ukrainian companies to step in. And so this is where the state policy, I'm of course making a joke out of it, that this is an industrial policy of sorts. But really the serious question is, in a weak state, what guarantees or what are the ways to ensure that any kind of state policy is not captured by the very same vested interests which are holding the economic growth development back?
No, I think that's absolutely the key question, and that was sort of when I spoke about the paradox of industrial policy, it's exactly about that. And I certainly don't want to say that that risk is not there. It's very much there, and particularly maybe in Ukraine. And I mean, there are risks. There are several types of risks. There's the risk of capture. There's also the risk, of course, of it's the old argument of picking winners or picking losers. And these are difficult things. I think that there are, again, instruments within these what I call sort of sector policies that can maybe circumvent some of those issues. I spoke about the need to use procurement. I think that's a way to at least create transparency around procurement. I think is one way to fight against capture. There are, so I think those risks are definitely there. And I didn't probably emphasize that enough in my remarks earlier, this is not an alternative to institutional reform. You need to pursue the institutional agenda. I'm just saying that now, when things are, the macroeconomic situation has improved, when you have, I think, addressed some of the core challenges, the challenge of getting, someone asked me 4 years ago or 5 years ago, what were the core institutions that needed to be addressed. Certainly the National Bank was one of them. There was a major source of corruption, as I think you are well aware, and the other one was Naftagaz. And I think, again, the battles are not won in either place, but I think we are in a much better place today than we were 5 years ago. So, as we are making these advances on the institutional front, we need to start thinking about how can we use that little extra state capacity that we are building, and I think we need to. There was sort of a orthodoxy around industrial policy that I think we need to challenge. I mean, there is, I think there is no country today and no emerging economy that is not practicing, some type of industrial policy beyond horizontal policy. We need to think about how can that best be done. And, sometimes it's really about simple things like coordination. So there's very good examples of what's been practiced in Peru, where you create these kind of networks of sector participants in textile industry and so on. And then the government's role is really to identify what are the obstacles to developing this sector. How can we, maybe through simple coordination within the industry, address those? Are there things we can do in the financial sector? Are there things we can do in the educational sector? So the risks are very real. They are not an we need to proceed with the institutional agenda. I just wanted to focus on that as we are building these sort of islands of state capacity, can we use it in a productive way to promote growth?
Thank you very much. I'll move to Farouk with questions about islands and areas which can become drivers of the economic growth. And I'm going to talk about the land reform in Ukraine. And I know World Bank has a position, and And there are some issues surrounding the reform. There has been resistance to land reform, and has been also understanding that could be one of the major push forwards or starters for the economy. But also the concern is that will we face something similar to early privatization, where people with liquidity, with excess liquidity, will be able to acquire the land, perhaps in not the most efficient way? Will we create new generation of oligarchs, land oligarchs, or are they already there? And what can be done? And is it going to happen if we have a land reform where there is actually, if the population cannot really buy the land, but this is the common narrative in Ukraine. This is the kind of debate, is that we need to move forward because otherwise nothing will happen, or we need to be slow, otherwise we will risk destroying the opportunities. So, but I also want to touch upon in my question on another side of this issue. Imagine we are successful and all those issues are resolved, and we really have a successful land reform, and there is a market and people are investing. And now productivity also, we talked, that's why I'm wrapping back a little bit to your discussion of productivity enhancement in Ukraine. Our productivity is low, but our infrastructural capacity is at the max right now. And if we suddenly start growing in agriculture, do we have infrastructure to be able to deliver? Just to move the goods around. But imagine we have infrastructure, we build roads, we need investment for that. But do we have property rights protection, going back to capital levy problem? Aren't we stuck in some kind of vicious circle? Then when we start thinking about land reform being the solution for everything, in fact, it's not going to even start off or take off, because you need to complement it with everything that we have talked about, everyone on this panel. And unless it's somehow a comprehensive approach, the land reform is not going to do anything. So my question is, do you think land reform will be successful, and what needs to be done to overcome the challenges?
Thank you for that. I'm not an expert on land reform myself, but I will respond to your questions with two things. One is, the bank's position on land reform is that the lack of land reform is a significant bottleneck in unleashing the capacity of the agriculture sector, the potential of the agriculture sector, and that's why it's important to make a move and make progress on reforming the state of land management in Ukraine. The nature of the land reform that Ukraine chooses has to be chosen by the Ukrainian people and by the government of Ukraine. The World Bank can advise the government on the overall strategy that it chooses. The other point that I would like to make in response to your question is land reform is definitely not going to be the solution to everything. There are a range of policies that need to be addressed in Ukraine to put Ukraine on a trajectory of sustainable economic growth. The problem in Ukraine has been that there have been periods where growth has taken place in fits and spurts, but the foundations for sustainable economic growth just do not exist. So many of the things that you mentioned, improving infrastructure investment, that has to take place. Improving institutions and property rights, that has to take place. The lack of property rights, the weak judiciary, that is a serious bottleneck in many areas. You talk about the financial sector. Getting the resolution of non-performing loans of 30%, resolving the assets of all of the banks that have been closed, that requires some degree of access to a swift and effective and efficient justice system, where a lot more has to be done. I mean, there is the government is committed to reforming the justice system in Ukraine, and progress is needed there as well. So you're absolutely right. I think progress is needed in a number of different areas. Land reform is one. Infrastructure investment is definitely important, but that will require reforms in other areas to generate the resources for infrastructure investment. That will require, for example, pension reform. Pension expenditures in Ukraine are about 1/3 of all public expenditures. And the pension system has a permanent deficit of about 5% of GDP. And so not only is the pension system an enormous fiscal liability, but it also delivers very poor protection for the elderly. Many of the, most pensioners, the average pension in Ukraine is less than $2 a day. There's something fundamentally wrong with the design of the pension system. It does not provide people an incentive to actually contribute, and it delivers benefits that are too small for too many people. Reform of the pension system is also important to reduce fiscal vulnerabilities and also to create space for more productive infrastructure investment. Getting back to the issue of land reform, there are a lot of the focus on land reform has been on lifting the moratorium. And of course, the moratorium is a problem. The fact that there is a moratorium on the sale of private land is a significant problem, and this requires a solution. But there are also many other complementary reforms that are necessary to move land reform forward. One of the important complementary reforms will be access to financial instruments. The financial sector has to be able to come up with instruments that would enable a wider access to the purchase of land if the land markets are opened up. So putting in place the mechanisms for financial instruments to emerge, putting in place fixing the errors in the cadastre, and also moving forward with reforming the management of state land. That is also important. So, we agree that reforming land management is very important, but it's also important to do it right, because if it is not done right, it can result in many of the risks and outcomes and poor outcomes that you referred to.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna move to Kirsten with the question about there's one question which is among Ukrainians is a very popular question when it comes to the central bank, and it would be nice to have your perspective. Some argue that the monetary policy is too tight, and in fact, tightness of the monetary policy suppresses the economic growth. Others argue that there is actually excess liquidity in the system, and we face structural problems like NPL of non-performing loans of 30% and lack of protection of creditor rights and issues with basically diverting of assets from the banks even today, or collateral and insecurity of the collateral, which prevent us from in fact, channeling that liquidity into the economy. But this is what people say. But I also see an additional problem, which I want, again, on the other side. It's the capacity of the banks to identify the prospects in today's uncertain environment. There's been a historic model which is more or less failed. As we have seen, there's been no sustainable growth. So banks have built some business models which sometimes are questionable, sometimes are very conservative. And those with conservative models survived, but those with questionable models haven't. And maybe the banks also do not have the capacity, the banking sector, to identify the products and the projects in which they can invest. So the question is, what can or what should be the policies, or what are the ways that the central bank can overcome these challenges again, in weak institutional environment?
Yes, thanks for that broad question, and I have to be careful here in answering it because.
Absolutely. You want to come back?
Yeah. But I mean, I can relate to what has happened in Sweden. We had a financial crisis in the 90s, and at the time the banks in Sweden, they were highly leveraged. There was not enough capital, and they had a lot of NPL loans. So the state had to step in with quite a lot of support, and there was a state guarantee issued for all of the banks in order to make sure that the financial markets could function. I must say the government at the time, they were very efficient in deciding that we have to take care of the banks, we have to take out all the bad loans from the banks. So they did clean up the banks, they did put the NPL loans into bad banks, and they, over a few years, the banks were rather healthy again. The supervisor requested banks to raise capital because it was obvious that there was not enough capital in the banks. And I think that helps a lot because then it's easier for banks to fund themselves, but it's also easier for them to expand and to get trust from people and the market. Then in 2008 and 2009, we were also, part of the more global financial crisis. And in 2008 and 2009, it was not a credit crisis mainly, it was more a liquidity crisis. So again, here we learned that we did not have enough requirement on the Swedish banks, on requirement that didn't have their liquidity buffers in significant currencies were not set at the highest level. So the central bank had to step in again with quite substantial volumes of liquidity in order to make sure that the banks were working again. And I think we learned again that we have to make sure that banks can be on their own. So now there is a discussion in Sweden. We have probably the highest capital requirement in Europe. And the question is it hindering banks from lending money? We don't think so. We have inflation around 1% in Sweden, and the increase in lending from banks is around 7%. We have a boom in the housing market and so on, so there seems to be enough liquidity. The supervisor have also set the liquidity requirements on the buffers a lot higher than it was before. So then they have learned that, the first line of defense is to have good rules, and the banks, they have to manage liquidity on their own, and the second line of defense is the central bank. We are also now introducing a resolution system. It's more or less the same as in other parts of Europe. That is also something that will help in making sure that we can close down the banks if necessary for the future.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to open the floor for the questions, and we'll start with Yuri Gerodnichenko, and I'll take some questions. I see some marks. Yep, thank you.
I have a question for Kerstin. Many people think of central banks as also developmental tools. And suppose you have the following situation. The current government of Sweden comes to you and tells you, look, we need to build a new national champion, or the current champion is not doing very well, like Saab is not doing very well, or Volvo is not doing very well, or ABB is not doing well. The local banks, the Swedish bank, don't understand the situation, they're stupid, or the cost of funds is too expensive. It's really the place where the central bank should step in and do this industrial policy. What would you tell to the Prime Minister of Sweden?
Yeah, it's probably too easy for me to say that, because I think they would never come close to us with those questions. They would never call me on that. I think in Sweden, the independence of the central bank is very important, and I think politicians in Sweden, they are even careful in discussing monetary policy. You know, we have a negative repo rate at the moment, and that is something that is discussed among journalists and in the markets and many things. That is a strange thing. But politicians are very careful in discussing monetary policy even after the decision. So I think in the 90s, when the Riksbank legislation was formulated, this wasn't a question, and I think there were, part of the politicians who thought that it was maybe not the right direction to give this independence to the central banks. But after 10 years of discussion, and we have this legislation in place, and I think it works very well. And we don't have supervision in the bank. We have a separate supervisory authority. I think they are a little bit more close to the politicians, because there is a reporting line from the supervisor to the government. When it comes to the central bank, we have a reporting line to the parliament. So in that sense, we have a little bit more independence, I would say, than the supervisor.
So your answer will be, these guys will not ask you for something like this because they know the answer. It will be a no. And a central bank should not lend money directly to whoever they are. It should be private banks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That is close.
Right, thank you. There was a question.
Tima, can I
Yes.
just, because
Absolutely.
I feel there was, I just want to clarify that I was responding to the general question, the role of the state in supporting economic growth. I think it would be a very bad idea for the central bank to get involved in that business. I was talking about the state in general.
So you argue for separation of the
I think
state policies through budget, and perhaps on the state budget.
The kind of things
and
I talked about are it's the Ministry of Economy.
And the central bank being independent and not involved in the policies?
Well, I think it's not the role of central bank to I think the only area I could see is if there were some specific challenges in individual sectors that were financial constraints. So, but again, it would be about addressing this sort of general situation in the banking system, not about pushing individual sectors from the central bank's point.
And maybe if I can add, maybe it sounds like we don't communicate with the ministry and the supervisor. We have something called the Financial Stability Council. So we meet regularly with the government and the supervisor and the National Debt Office, and we are discussing financial stability issues, but very seldom on an institutional basis, but more to understand where are the systemic risks in the market and how can we promote more stability, and how can we try to dampen the risk we are now seeing with the household debt, for example.
Absolutely, thank you. Igor Shumila, please.
Дякую за надану можливість. Ігор Шумила. Я думаю, що тут
I think that's the majority here. It's they think the same way. But me, I go from the statement that reform of the National Bank gave a good result. But at the same time, the National Bank hears lots of things to his address, like complaints in putting guilt on National Bank, and it's very important when the response of the people that will be here today and tomorrow, maybe they will speak about what is really the guilt of National Bank and what is really the good result. What is really the good result? Devaluation of hryvnia from 8 to 26. Then the bankruptcy of many of Ukrainian banks. That's 1.5 trillion of hryvnia to the fund of guaranteeing the banks that were closed and the money disappeared. And then what the sense of this recapitalization of the banks that bankrupted and never opened back? And there are lots of factors that prerequisite of that and serve the ground. And unfortunately, I don't see the people who were involved in such activities, but still, what would be the results? And I think that many of us, they are for transparency, strengthen capacity of the National Bank. But again, why two members of the National Bank Board were not assigned by the president? That it's definitely a blocking of. Let's don't talk about the personal assignment, because it's really a policy conference. Well, okay, but let's remind England and USA, where the candidates were assigned by and appointed by the president. But can we talk about the independence of the National Bank when the head of National Bank meets the president and even doesn't provide the list of these candidates to the board, and the people cannot hear what their programs, what are these names? This is already the fifth question that you ask. Let's give the time for other panelists. Okay, just one sentence. It's lots of the people. They support these proposals that just have been voiced, but why don't you say how to do it? For example, it's a small, open economy that is built on natural resources, how it can provide for economic and financial stability, stable growth, and
I'll try to translate. So there is a question that I'll try to sum it up a little bit. The idea is that we have discussed that there's been progress in Ukraine, specifically in the central bank, and there is the question is that is it really so? Because we have seen a lot of banks which have become bankrupt. We have NPLs, non-performing loans, and we have a serious devaluation of the currency. And is this really something that we can call a success? There are then questions about the appointments when the president has not appointed but I think really the questions were about the independence of the central bank, how you can maintain the independence, and I think that's the broad gist of questions. Anyone is willing to answer? Yes, please, sure.
So I'd just like to say one thing. I think there is a good smell test for reforms. When people start screaming at things that are being done, that means that things are having bite. If everybody approves of things people good, then it probably is not going far enough. The truth is that banks in the Ukraine, until very recently, have been used as an ATM machine by different, oligarchs and interest groups. And hey, give me money, and then you create non-performing loans. It's really stealing money from the government, from taxpayers. And I think to the extent that Mrs. Gontareva has successfully started, cracking down on that, I think is a very good thing. This is very successful. The fact that the monetary policy has started, to become seriously professional. This is something very good. And I think a country like Ukraine, where the pressures from oligarchic networks to really continue to use the state for kleptocratic interests is so strong that I think it's really very important to sustain the independence. And as far as I can understand, when it comes to candidates to replace Mrs. Gontareva, this is a strategic question. And it's not about, comparing to what you do in the US, etc. These are really important questions that need to be debated very seriously. And I don't know exactly about the process, but it's clear that replacing Mrs. Gontarova with somebody who would be a puppet for oligarchic interests would ruin all the progress that has been done with the financial system and with macro policy, monetary policy in this country.
Just shortly, I would also like to add that I think what has been done here by the central bank is that they have developed a strategy for the central bank on the way to go. And I don't know if it's the right expression in English, but Rome was not built in a day. I mean, this will take several years before this comes to an effect. But if you don't take care of the bad banks, the bad loans in the banks, banks will not be able to support the real economy, and you will not get growth with the help of banks. So it is an important step that has been taken. There are many more steps that have to be taken for the future, but this is an important area, and I would say that it's impressive work that has been done with the central bank, and you should be proud of that. Thank you.
All right. I will be taking more questions. I see some people, there's some excitement. We have 18 minutes. I'll stop exactly on time. So I'll be taking questions by two right now, 2 people at a time, and then we'll give the panelists an opportunity to answer. So I see a question, I think, from Professor Karablin. He has been holding.
Thank you. The question is to Professor Bergloff. In 2012, the European Union accepted a new industrial strategy called Stronger European Industry for Growth and Economic Recovery. And the main idea of this strategy to restore the European Union as a new world industrial center on the modern technological basis. In the meantime, there are some other elements of the strategy. And one of them is raw materials diplomacy. Means that the European Union should be surrounded by the commodity economies. So my question is, what is the view of the European Union, the standpoint, on the place of Ukraine in this general picture? The first question. And the second one, are you surprised that we are talking right now, today, only about the agricultural future of Ukraine? And no one word was said about the industrial opportunities of the country. Thank you very much.
Eric, I'll take more questions before you guys answer.
Yeah.
Eric, let me take one more question, and then we'll answer, because Vadim, you had a question. I'll take your question next one in the next round. Okay, Vadim, please, your question. Professor Volosovich. We have translation, so if you can speak to the mic.
So my question is related to the previous one and even more concrete. So Europe identified so-called 6 key enabling technologies, right? So and indeed they share from nanotechnology, biotech, advanced materials, and things like that. So, and arguably, well, I don't know how they were identified. They make a lot of sense, right? So, but the very concrete advice which you gave in this medium ground between vertical and horizontal approach to industrial policy, it makes a lot of sense because it's very concrete. But to me, it's also maybe suffering from, well, the same issue as any industrial policy of even 70s. Is the government smart enough to see which countries should be involved in the international distribution networks and things like that? So who has the technical capacity? Should it be the role of foreign experts from Europe working in this key enabling technology? So how to make it more operational?
Okay, Eric, please, and then other panelists as you. And then I'll take the next question.
Yeah, just to make very clear that I'm not speaking on behalf of the European Union, just so we get that out of the way. No, but I think these are, I hope I was talking about exactly about what you do in the industrial part. I think agriculture is, the agribusiness is also a very important industry and an industry that I think has enormous potential. So it's, maybe it's, you can't dismiss this as sort of agriculture is something that is not related to industry. So and I think actually there's, as I mentioned, the example I gave of introducing information technology and also bringing in biochemistry and into the agriculture sector. These are areas that I think have a lot of potential. But what is the role of the European Union? I think the European Union in Ukraine has, I think, played an increasingly constructive role. So I'm more an observer there than anything, but having seen how they have evolved in their thinking since Maidan, I think it's a more constructive, more supportive, and is focusing on the right things. I don't think the European Union in Ukraine should get involved in these kind of decisions about which industries that Ukraine should invest in, but should be focusing on institutional reform. And that's where also I think the European Union, through its sort of soft power, its ability to use integration to encourage reform, I think has a very important role to play. So to the question on shouldn't we worry about the issue that Tima raised before about capture? Should we worry about the capacity, the ability of the state to make these kind of decisions? So you can come to this sort of, my perspective on this was to say, this is happening everywhere. I mean, it's every emerging economy, and the temptation to go for national champions or go for, to give in to these kind of pressures from oligarchic structures are there. So you have to find a middle ground, and a middle ground that where you feel that the state is somehow, again, I think it differs a lot across different industries and in different areas. I think probably the scope for the state is greater when you talk about maybe addressing specific educational needs, specific financing areas. But also, as I said, you can use, for example, procurement to encourage local companies to acquire skills that will help you connect to global value chains, for example. And I think when we spoke about industrial policies 20, 30 years ago, it was much more complicated for an emerging economy to really become part of these global networks. And now there is an opportunity, and I think this is a conversation you need to have. And again, there are many risks, and there are risks about changes. You're getting into the wrong sector. You have risks that of course, of capture, as we said. But you have to have this debate, I think.
Thank you. Any more? Okay, I'll take the question from Professor Gates. Yes.
Тимофій, я дуже коротко. Help me, please. Всі доповідачі позитивно.
So all the speakers were very positive in their assessments. Does it mean that, because you were taking part in the conference that is entitled as the role of the central bank in economical development, does it mean that the central bank has to change its monetary policy in order to boost economic growth, without which Ukraine will never see success?
Okay, so the question was that we have all the panelists have given a positive assessment to the changes that have occurred in Ukraine. Does it mean that the current policies, in particular of the central bank, as we are part of the conference of the central banking conference, have to be changed, both monetary, capital controls, exchange course, and so on and so forth, in order to base the future growth or enhance the growth based on what has already been done? So I think the gist of the question is that there have been changes, stabilization has occurred. Do we need to change the policy to reflect that and enhance the growth? That was the question. And I'll come on the next round. Yes, Inna Safsun, please. And then I'll take some more questions.
Hello, everyone. Inna Safsun, Kyiv School of Economics. I have a question primarily to Professor Bergulov, but probably someone else can answer that as well. You had a strong case for industrial policy. You're arguing for the industrial policy. At the same time, when we listen to the Ukrainian policy debate or even political debate, it's mainly not about industrial policy. It's mainly about deregulation and privatization. And that was actually mentioned partially in the presentation by the World Bank representative, so I might get a comment from you as well. Do you think that two can go hand in hand together, or those are the movements in the different directions? Can you argue for a solid industrial policy and at the same time argue for deregulation and privatization? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's answer these questions, please.
Well, I'll try to answer the second question, since it was directed to me, but it's of course somewhat related to the previous questions too. So, of course, this is the risk you always run when you talk about industrial policy, because it sort of leads people into all kinds of thoughts that maybe you didn't intend. To me, the industrial policy is it's about, the question is what is the role of the state in supporting economic development? Is there a role beyond just providing the general conditions? Is there a role just through, for example, encouraging privatization? I think privatization is very much part of the deep reform program that you have to build state capacity. I think if you overload the state with running state-owned companies and trying to deal with all the problems that are associated with that, I think there's very little scope for the state to play an active role in industry and a positive role in industrial policy. But once you have made progress on that agenda, and once you have succeeded in creating the conditions where you can privatize and where then you have to ask these questions. I think there's no way around it, and I think but I said you have to have a debate about these issues that we have put on the agenda in terms of the risks involved. But even when you do privatization and when you do it in specific sectors, you probably need to have a debate within that sector. How can this privatization change the condition? How can we use this privatization to really push forward the connectedness of this sector to the rest of the world and so on? So again, I'm trying to encourage a careful debate. I don't want to try to trigger policies now going out and promoting national champions and so on, but it's really about getting a more subtle debate. Can I just, there's one thing that is very relevant for this, and which is about what does it mean to go from a policy that has focused on fixed exchange rate to inflation targeting. That I think is, if you think about how that affects the possibilities for corruption in the central bank, and if you think about how it forces the rest of the economy to think through the risks that are associated with being exposed to international competition. These are incredibly important processes to get going in order to build competitiveness in an economy. So you both can address the issue of corruption, which was very much related to the fixed exchange rate policy. But it's also an opportunity to build firms that think about what is happening in the world. How do we need to take into account these risks? It's a long process, but it's something that you need to start it.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry for yeah. So just a few things on, just respond a little bit to the industrial policy issue, because it's come up in a number of questions. I think people understand different things when they talk about industrial policy. One understanding of industrial policy is that the government goes out and looks for new sectors that need to be developed in a country and provides specific fiscal or regulatory incentives or tax incentives to particular industries or firms and so forth. The other kind of industrial policy you can, call industrial policy is to address the problem of producers and industries and economic activity in a country in general. There are too many things that need to be fixed in addressing the problems faced by industries and producers in Ukraine, and too few people to fix those problems for Ukraine to get into the business of identifying new sectors and providing specific incentives and ensuring that those do not result in perverse incentives for new sectors. Construction permits, it's an enormous problem in Ukraine. Insolvency, enormous problem in Ukraine. Access to credit, enormous problem in Ukraine. Streamlining tax payment, enormous problem in Ukraine. Unless these problems in Ukraine are fixed, even if you invent new sectors and industries and provide specific incentives, and for one or two firms to emerge, they will emerge, and the next day they will be crippled. So I think I'm not sure we're on different pages here. I think there's many kinds of industrial policy that Ukraine can do. One kind of industrial policy that Ukraine can do is take care of the 3,000 state-owned enterprises that are a huge drain on the public sector and that are a huge drain on economic activity and productivity in Ukraine. That would be great industrial policy.
I'm going to take the last round. I think there are two people, Boris Kushniruk and Yuri Prosorov, who would like to speak. We'll start with you, Yuri, and then that will be the last round. My apologies.
Thank you, Timothy. Yuri Prosorov, president of the Ukrainian Society of Financial Analysts and former State Financial Service Commission vice chairman. I have two short and professionally non-politician questions, one for Professor Berglof and one for our Swedish guest, first vice governor of Riksbank. For Professor Berglof, what is your opinion about the role of the Export Credit Agency on the economic development and supporting of export as a part of vertical or horizontal of sectoral industry policy? As one of the best chief economist of EBRD, you have a big experience from European Union and non-European Union. There are only two countries in Europe where there is no export credit agency, Albania and Ukraine. Is this really problems for our support of export, or what is your opinion about this problem? And for first vice-chair, I'm Yochnik. There are, after reforms of Ukrainian banking sectors, we have 10,000 people unemployment from NBU, from Central Bank, who lost their jobs, and more 100,000 people in the commercial banking sector. You have experience of Swedish Banking Association. What do you think about maybe need help for these people to retraining or reskilling from banking sector in other new maybe programming sectors. And what experience of Riksbank about your restructuring of central bank, and what the people of Swedish banks now is have a new job or not? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take Boris Kushneruk, and we'll have the third. Yeah, I'll take the third question from you afterwards. Okay. Just this is the last round of questions.
Дякую за можливість задати запитання. Ну, по-перше, чисто таке філософське, можливо. А скажіть...
So first we have a more philosophical question. Do you think that the central bank of any country can ensure long-term stability of the national currency if economy is based on
всі розраховують, що це принесе зростання добробуту для всіх країн, які об'єднуються в
So and when
з країн, які вийшли в Maastricht.
So these countries that were united in the European area, and now these countries have the same currency that they share between themselves. Don't you think that there are problems in euro area because the majority of the countries they did not improve their export? So don't you think it's a problem?
The first question is about the possibility of medium-term or long-term price stability in the economy like Ukraine, which has essentially commodity and its or raw materials. Most of the trade and export is done in these commodities, while it is an open economy. And the second question was about the eurozone, that introduction of euro really in terms of current account and export benefited Germany and Netherlands, if I'm quoting correctly, but not the other countries. And we have independence of the European Central Bank, but nonetheless, maybe something is wrong with the model of the economic policy. We're really out of time, so if we can be short on the remarks to the point, I would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, maybe I'll start. So I think I've certainly managed in my intention to create a debate on this topic. I've also been in the position of saying, these generalities about what needs to be done in broad terms. So what I'm trying to get sort of more granular discussion about, are there things that the state can do meaningfully in promoting coordination within sectors, and so that's just on the purpose of my remarks. On the export agency, export credit agency, I think that is it is a tool that has to be used very carefully, and then it's certainly a tool that can be abused. I can see why. I know a little bit about Albania too, so I think I can see why. There's been some reluctance in establishing one in Albania and maybe one in Ukraine. But I think that is something that one should consider. We know that exporting firms are very different from other firms, and if you can encourage firms to export, to connect to international markets, that can be incredibly important for productivity growth and so on. So you have to be very careful because it can become a tool, but I think that's the kind of conversation that I think one should encourage, and that's very much part of what I think of as an industrial policy.
I tried to answer the question about unemployment. The unemployment rate in Sweden today is 6.8%. If we look at Swedes who have grown up in Sweden and with a good education, unemployment rate is very low. It's 2.5 or 3. So the reason for us to be at 6.8 is mainly that we have quite many refugees coming to Sweden, and it's hard for us to get them into the workforce as soon as we wish. So that is an issue that we are working upon. I mean, talking about the banking industry here, I can just relate to Sweden. We have had high unemployment rates in the industry for furniture, for glass. I mean, when competition has increased from abroad, industry has moved out because it's cheaper to produce it outside Sweden. So we have had high unemployment rate in certain sectors in Sweden and in certain areas of Sweden. But I think that this is something that you cannot really do anything against. That is, I mean, competition will produce the products where it's cheapest. So the government in Sweden, they have always been able to try to support those who have been unemployed with training, with education, taking people into other sectors. I think this is something that we have been a little bit, we know that it's painful, but we have to work upon it, and it has, I mean, at least for the moment, I would say that the unemployment rate is at a low level.
I'm going to plug in the Kyiv School of Economics right now, because education is the word, retraining is the word, and in particular we're also grateful to the government of Sweden for support of the Kyiv School of Economics, but I think education is important. I want to finish with the last 30 seconds for each of the panelists. I want to come back to the question which Professor Gates asked about the new policies that we have to move forward with, given that we have macroeconomic stabilization and some progress. So, in other words, what's your big idea for Ukraine in 30 seconds? Sorry about this, putting you on the spot. We start with Gerard.
So continue the reform process unabated, deepen democracy, continue fighting corruption, support civil society initiatives. People should go demonstrate outside against the legislative project to basically weaken the NABU and continue the fight.
Thank you. Eric?
I agree with all that. and so what I wanted to encourage was, start thinking about how your manufacturing sector can connect more to the rest of the world. And that discussion is already there. Try to think about some positive experience. I mentioned the Peruvian experience, which I think is very relevant. Actually, Albania has done a really interesting experiment in the textile sector. So I think you need to get this conversation started.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with the former speakers, and continue on the reform process and support the independence of a central bank and make sure that the central bank cannot solve all the problems here. There must be a cooperation between the different policy areas and a strategy to make this happen and make a growth coming back.
Thank you. Faruk?
I would say inform and involve the people. In order to continue and deepen the reforms. Many reforms have been done, but as you do more reforms, as you deepen the reforms further, you will get into some of the things that are even harder to do. And in order to do that, you need to carry the people with you. You need to inform the people so they understand the issues, and you need to inform the people in a smarter way than those who are trying to disinform the people. So I think engaging with citizens, getting citizens more involved in the reform process will ultimately be the key to success for Ukraine.
Thank you very much. On this fantastic note, I thank you all, everyone here in the audience. I thank the panelists, and I declare the session closed. Thank you.